please.
We are good.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. We're going to start with introductions of our members, and I'll start with Senator Searway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
And next up, I'll go to Representative Galgay Reckett.
Morning. I'm Lois Reckett, and I represent what is currently District 31, the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. And next up, I'll go to Representative Pickett.
Morning, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent District 116. That's the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Canton, Peru, and Hartford. And we have the gold ball.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And next up is Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Morales. I represent House District 33 in the west end of South Portland, and we also have the gold ball.
And congratulations to you. And Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. And we have the gold ball.
Wow, we have like the committee of superstars. Congratulations to you, Representative Costain.
Thank you.
And next, Representative Lookner, please.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland. I don't have any gold ball, so I feel bad for myself.
And Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And two of my towns are part of a school district with a gold ball.
Well, congratulations to you. And Representative Pluker.
And I'm Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. And our cheerleaders won we're state champs, Class B cheerleader champions, whatever. They got that. That was good.
Well, congratulations. Did cheerleaders get a gold ball or a gold pom-pom or something?
I'm sure they got something good. Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. And finally, Representative Newman.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, Wayne. No gold ball in our district, but my wife works for the MPA who presents the gold balls.
Oh, that's super cool. I think we all want to know about that at some point. Thank you and welcome everyone. And also we're joined by our analyst, Jane Orbiden, and our committee clerk, Deb Fay. And we have an agenda which includes a couple of work sessions and then a legislative briefing and information we need to do with the bill. And then the afternoon we'll start tackling the budget. So there's been a change to the order this morning. We're going to start with LD 1479. Next, we're going to move to LD 696. And then we'll talk about the bill on stigmatizing language at the end of our morning session before we return to do the budget at 1 o'clock. So thank you. And the sponsor of LD 1479 is Representative Morales. So she's already here. And Jane, I assume this is your bill. You're the analyst on this bill.
Right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is the first bill that we're working today is LD 1479 on secondary traffic infractions. I did do a bill analysis on this and sent it out to you. I think it was on Saturday. Do you want that up on screen sharing, Madam Chair, or maybe it would be better to have the actual amendment up on screen share? Which do you prefer?
Up to the sponsor. Representative Morales, what do you think will be more helpful to us?
I think the amendment, perhaps Jane, would be best to go through it just so everyone can see. And I'll have one amendment to offer this morning that should be very simple and clear for folks.
Okay. Thank you. Deb, can you screen share for us the amendment to LD 1479?
I've got the one for LD 696 and can't locate. You can shoot it to
okay.
me. Oh.
If you give me a minute, I'll.
The amendment was at the end of your analysis, right?
Oh, yes, it is. That would work.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, great. So what this amendment does, and this is the same amendment that you saw last week during the public hearing on the bill, is it takes certain traffic infractions and moves them into a category of second offenses and secondary offenses. And in this amendment, the first section amending Title 29A, Section 2081, subsection 7, this is what we call the seatbelt law. And it is in its own, it's in its own place in this amendment. So this section 1 says that a violation of the seatbelt law is a secondary offense, may be enforced only if the officer has detained the operator for a suspected violation of another law. And it also says an operator is not subject to a penalty under the seatbelt law unless the operator is required to pay a fine for a primary violation. So the seatbelt law is in its own place in the amendment. Then in section 2 of the amendment, if you could scroll down just a little bit, great. Is there are a few more, so after a minute you'll have to scroll a little bit further. So the same kind of thing is happening in section 2. Certain traffic infractions are being made into secondary offenses. The person would not be required to pay a penalty for a violation unless they were required to pay a fine for a primary violation. And the description and then the citation follow. So it's operating after suspension for non-payment of a fine, failing to register a vehicle if it was registered and it has been expired for 150 days or more, operating a defective vehicle if the inspection certificate has expired beyond 7 months, and there is no clear visual imminent safety problem, obstructing the view of the operator by hanging an object from the rear view mirror, obscuring a window by tinting the glass, making excessive or unusual noise, improperly displaying a registration plate if the registration plate is visible. Thank you, Deb. Improperly displaying a registration plate if the plate is visible but not legible, readable, due to mud, snow, or inclement weather, failing to provide proper registration lamp that lights your registration plate, and driving in the left lane under section 2051. That it's pretty straightforward. I don't have anything more to add. Is there anything I can help you with?
Anyone have any questions for Jane? Okay, Representative Morales, what do you have to share with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Orbiton. Just for clarification, Ms. Orbiton too, I just want to make sure for the registration piece of it that what it says, and I think this is what it says, but I'm reading it again just to make sure that officers can still pull over drivers for failure to register as long as it's not within that grace period of 150 days. Is that how it reads?
I think non-registration at all is a different section. So this section that's being made into a secondary violation is failing to register if it was registered and the registration has been expired for 150 days or more.
Then
So
they
it's-
can pull over.
They can pull, this doesn't affect being pulled over for non-registered at all or for registered and expired for less than 150 days.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's what I was hoping it was saying, and I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment that I would like to offer today, and as you all heard, we heard a lot of testimony about the importance of our seatbelt laws and child restraint laws for public safety. I paid special attention to that testimony from our Maine State Police, from our sheriffs, from the Department of Public Safety, and from Maine Medical Association. And I've worked very hard, particularly with Maine Medical Association and the surgeons and the ER docs that provided their testimony around what does constitute public safety and what does not. And so therefore, I'm offering an amendment today that just removes section 29A, the seatbelt law, MRS, title 29A, MRS section 2081, subsection 7, so that that is not a part of this bill and will remain within the purview of officers to pull over for primary stops. Is that clear, Ms. Orbiton?
Yes. All of section 1 is coming out of the amendment.
Exactly.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Questions for Representative Morales? And I see Representative Rudnicki followed by Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Morales, you're talking about registration and 150 days. Can you tell me how an officer is supposed to, from 50 feet back or whatever, see those little stickers to see when their registration is actually out? I think that that's putting a burden on officers if they have to, they can't be stopped for 150 days. Well, how do they know that when the stickers are so small that they're supposed to me, that's just a burden.
Well, I'm not an officer, but thank you, Representative Rudnicki. Officers do run plates. And so the information pertaining to whether a vehicle is registered will come up when an officer is running those plates. So they should have that information there for them.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of concerns with the registration bill. I've had numerous of people since this bill was first heard and talking about this change, say that there's no sense of registering a vehicle. I mean, and they're really, for essence, they're right. I mean, you can go 150 days, 160 days without registering the vehicle. And the chance of you getting caught for an unregistered vehicle is slim to none. So I think you're going to see the towns in the state is going to lose a massive amount of revenue on this. And I have some real concerns with that because people aren't going to register a vehicle. You buy a new vehicle today, it costs you $1,500 or more for excise tax. People aren't going to pay that. I mean, for $100 and some odd traffic infraction fine, why would you register a vehicle? It makes no sense to us to do this. No sense at all.
Thank you, Representative Costain. Representative Pluker. Oh, did you want to respond, Representative Morales? I'm sorry, it is your bill.
only to say I appreciate that response, Representative Costain, and the reason why I put in that grace period there was because we do have a rapid renewal process through the Secretary of State's office that allows everyone, and I've utilized it, being 4 months late registering my vehicle, up to that 150 days. Anyone can register their vehicle online, and it's really simple. And so I just tracked that language there as well. And I assume just, that people are law abiding and that we register our vehicles in the way that the
They're
law
not.
calls for. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, chiming on the registration piece, it's still against the law. It's just whether or not we're pulling them over within those 150 days. And we will be pulling them over after the 150 days. And if they're pulled over for any other infraction during that 150 days, of course, they are still going to be cited as breaking the law. And in light of all that, I'd like to move OTPA with Representative Morales's amendment she's presenting today. Thank you.
I have a motion ought to pass as amended on the floor. Do I have a second? Representative Reckitt seconds the motion on the floor, and Representative Reckitt also has a question.
Well, I just have a piece of information, I think, that might make Representative Costain feel a little less worried about the towns losing money. I, like apparently Representative Morales, once had my registration expired, had no idea it was expired. When I found out finally that it was, I went to register. And I don't remember how late I was at the time, but I thought my new registration was going to start when I walked into town hall. Not true. I had to pay everything back from the one that was from the, I had to pay from the time I should have registered it. So I paid essentially 2 years, I think it was 6 months over that I had to pay 2 years of registration. I mean, so it was, the towns are not going to lose any money from it. It is a pain in the butt, and I'm sure, but the town losing money is not a problem. And I unfortunately will be back in about 5 minutes, but I have to dash.
Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have many issues with this bill, as I did with the pretextual stop bill last year. Case in point, just to point something out, if I'm driving down the street in the wintertime, and I'm sure we've all have probably had this happen or maybe seen this happen, and somebody's late for work, and we had a snowstorm the night before, maybe with some icy conditions and stuff, and there's a little hole in the windshield that the person is looking through trying to drive down the street. That's obstructed view, and that's a violation of law. And that's a safety reason, because you can't see, other than that little pigeonhole, you can't see anything. That's just one example of an obstructed view. Those are the kind of things that we have on here are not major crimes by any means, and I understand that, but they all are violations of driving and of the traffic laws. And the way I look at it is this way: if I'm driving down the highway and I get pulled over for something and it is a violation of law, then it's on me. It's not on the officer that pulled me over. And it's not on the officer to pull me over to make it say he's a bad guy or she's a bad girl for pulling me over for something that I was in error and was wrong. And most of the time, as we heard in testimony in the hearing, most of the time, a lot of these situations right here are public service. You pull somebody over and you remind them your registration's out, and you want to make sure and get that taken care of. And in answer to Representative Morales's question, those little stickers there on the registration plates that Representative Rodnicki was concerned about, officers are trained. I myself was trained. You can spot those stickers, and we know what we're looking for. So we know what month they run out and stuff. If they're obscured with mud and dirt and all that stuff, that's another story. But these violations, as I look down through here, officer safety, tinting of a window glass. Imagine yourself walking up to a vehicle as a law enforcement officer, and you can't see anything in the vehicle, nothing. You don't know what's going on in that vehicle. You see nothing until you walk up to the vehicle. But yet that vehicle has broken the law, and you're walking up to that vehicle. Or you see, so that's why we try to get people to realize that's against the law. You can't have that for officer safety. That is a very crucial issue. And taking that as a stop of not being able to do unless there's something else going on. We watch somebody going down the road with a vehicle like that, and we just have to watch it drive off, and we can't do anything about it, and hope someday that maybe they violate the law, so we can tell them that's not, that, you know, you can't have that. And most of the time, that's a warning. That's a warning. Most officers don't even write for that. That's a warning and say, you're going to have to get this taken care of because you can't have that. So I just say that to say I understand what the premise is of the reason for the bill, but I can't support the bill, and I will be voting in opposition to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Morales. I just wanted to clarify something, you know, in law enforcement, and I don't know if you've ever written with them or not, but we don't always run the plate. Sometimes we don't usually have the time to run the plate when we pull them over because of safety, you know. So and until after the stop, and so that's the biggest thing there. And so this makes all these little infractions you're talking about are important, and when we take them out of the scope of what we do, it's going to be making an unsafe situation for all law enforcement. So I don't know if when you did this amendment or whatever, have you spoken to any law enforcement at all on what their thoughts were for the new amendment? And is there anybody that could verify what their thoughts were from the agencies?
Thank you, Senator Searway. I worked very closely with the Maine State Police on this, as well as the pretext bill for the past 2.5 years. And so I think we come at it from different places, but I appreciate your question around that. And to Representative Pickett, the issue around hanging objects from a rear view mirror, that does not include having a windshield that is completely covered over in ice. That's, of course, an officer can pull someone over for that. That's a public safety issue, and that's in law. This is only pertaining to something that is hanging from a rear view mirror. So I just wanted to make those clarifications. Thank you.
I'm glad that you specified that because I wrote that down. So there is a law that says that your window has to be cleared of snow and ice, and this bill doesn't remove that law, right? Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to cross that off as something I had for questions. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get back to the registration part of it. What Representative Reckett said is true to a point. I'm the select board in town, so I keep up on towns losing money and stuff. I can give you an example where I bought my wife a car in the fall, say in November, beginning of November. It was a summer car. We drove it till the end of the month, started snowing, we put it away. Had temporary plates on it, so technically it's registered. We didn't take it out until May the following year. I didn't even think about registering it at that point until I got ready to take it out. It was a leftover car to begin with. By waiting till the following year, we saved almost a third on excise tax, not knowing that it goes by the year when you go to register it. And the same thing can happen with any SUV. You go buy an SUV in the fall, drive it for 150 days on that temporary plate. you're going to save considerable amount on excise tax. And even if you had a vehicle that you don't register, say your registration ran out for December, January, February, March, somebody finally gets caught. I've seen it happen where you can come into the town and actually sign something saying, well, I hadn't had the car on the road. It was broken down and I just got it fixed. And you actually don't have to pay all the way back to where that plate was. You can ask for a new plate and new stickers and have it re-registered to that new date. So there are loopholes.
Thank you, Representative Newman. Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been in the car business for more than 30 years. And in that course, in most of those 30 years, I've been dealing with folks that have a problem with credit. I do what's called a buy here, pay here. And one of the things that I do, and this is where it's gonna affect people that are low to medium income when you're talking about registration. Because I deal with people maybe buying a car for their kids, so they're buying them something a little cheaper, or I deal with people that are even on Social Security and are looking to get out of it as inexpensive as possible. And one of the things that I do, and I know that a lot of dealers that do what I do, we offer the customer, I give them 2 weeks to come up with their sales tax and title. Because they've had, up until December, they had 14 days to register their vehicle. Now they actually, under the law that was changed, has 30 days. I still give 14 days, but they could go without paying me their sales tax and title now for 30 days because they're running on a temporary plate. I still have to pay it to the state. So I will tell you, if this particular law passes, I'll no longer be doing that because they wouldn't have to do that. I'm not going to give them the time because I have to send it to the state regardless. And these folks that are not registering their vehicles, I mean, I tell people, if they're 1 day from a new month, if you can go without driving that car for 1 day, wait until the next month to register it because it gives you an extra month in the next year for your registration. People take advantage of those things. And if you're going to tell them that they've got 150 days to register their vehicle, you may think that most people are law abiding, and I agree, they're law abiding. But if you can get away with not doing it and it's not going to cost you any extra money, then that's exactly what they're going to do. So it is going to cost towns money. It's going to cost people that I deal with on a regular basis. It's going to make it harder for them to buy cars because not only do they have to come up with their down payments, now they're going to have to come up with the sales tax and title immediately. When my business, it can be in excess of $500 in addition to what they're already coming up with. So this is going to affect people all the way around. And it is specifically going to affect people like that do what I do in their registration initially. Now, what's nice is, not that I agree with the 30 days that they get, but they get that 30 days to come up with their registration fees. That is more than enough time if they have that. But to now tell them under this law, hey, they can run on that temporary plate for 150 days before they're going to be considered illegal. And then if they get a $100 fine or $200 fine, they're going to keep going because it's cheaper a lot of times than it is to pay these other fees. I think this is a bad bill and I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for Ms. Orberton. So does this bill affect new car or sales of cars that are new to individuals?
I don't know. The registration section is about failing to renew a registration. The other ones don't particularly mention the sales transaction. That's all I have.
And that's my reading of the bill as well, that this does not affect new sales of cars. This affects people who must re-register. And then my also understanding is that we're not changing the law around how cars are registered or what people are supposed to pay or not pay, but what we're changing is whether or not the police are pulling them over in 150 days. So there's actually no It's not that somebody now no longer has to pay something that they previously had to pay. The law is the same. It's just how it's being enforced is changing. Is that, I meant that as a statement, and you don't have to answer that question. Thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned about this bill because what it does, it takes away the discretion of the officer. And when you take the discretion away from the officer, he's going to have to summons or make a ticket for every violation and let the courts decide. And it just puts stress on the people in the car and the courts. It's going to add more work. And, we as officers use discretion, and we can usually tell if the person seemed to learn a lesson or they show respect and that sort of thing. Lots of times we give warnings or a defect card and saying, look, all you get to do is go and get it fixed. And we don't want to ticket people all the time. I know a lot of people think that's what we do, but that's not the case. This is going to force more tickets, just so you know. I can see it happening, and it really is going to be harder on the people than it is easier. So just so you know, I'm against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Searway. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I guess this question is for the bill sponsor. So, because we seem to all be having ideas of what the bill does, what it doesn't do. But Representative Morales, if you wouldn't mind answering, whenever there's a bill and it's brought forward by one of us, it's either a constituent bill or it's an idea that we have or something that we think is good. So, can you tell me? I just refresh my memory from the hearing and stuff. What was the real motivation for this bill in the first place? What was you concerned about in trying to take care of in the bill? Because that's what we try to do when we make new laws.
Yes, thank you, Representative Pickett. And as this committee well knows, we had a bill before us last session that dealt with pretextual stops, which was much broader in scope and much more limiting on traffic stops in general, taking a look at our arrest data and how we disproportionately impact our Black, Brown, and Indigenous folks and our poor folks in our jails and our prisons, as well as our incarceration data. So it was taking a look at all of that. And then this bill really is more of a refined version of that really respects the sort of the liberties of drivers on the road, whether you're in rural roads, whether you're in more of our cities and our smaller towns, to not be pulled over and stopped for these, and I did a bit of research on what these non-public safety, non-traffic safety issues that are minor equipment related. And as you could see attached to the testimony of the Maine Medical Association, who really came forward, I think, in an unprecedented way on a bill in criminal justice and public safety to talk about the seatbelt provision. I'm really glad that they did, but also to raise the other concerns that this bill really addresses and to focus on, they did not oppose any parts of the bill that didn't pertain to seatbelt, because as you heard them testify and you see in their testimony, they don't see people in the emergency rooms for surgery after car crashes due to the other sections that are not related to seatbelt. And so that's really what this bill is getting at. Thank you for that opportunity to explain that.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So then, if I'm understanding then, this bill is more about not just these laws that are on the books of being able to stop and deal with, but stopping, taking and making sure that officers are not stopping people that are poor, people that are indigent, people that are of color, and that because of the statistics that say that they're affected by it more than anyone else that's out here on the driving on the highway. And would it be fair to say that those statistics really, those are nationwide statistics rather than just Maine statistics. I mean, because I understand what I understand it, because I know that that's what the pretextual stop was about last year. And as you know, we disagree on that, and that's fine. That's what we do. That's what we're supposed to do. And I understand it, but I now at least know that that's really the real crux of what you're hoping to do here, is to make sure that people in those situations are not inadvertently stopped more often than others, if I'm understanding you correct.
That's part of it, as well as focusing our public safety resources on the true distracted driving and, speeding and those kinds of things, and to impact the liberties of our drivers across the state to not be stopped for these minor issues. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Representative Pickett.
Yeah. We got to keep in mind, though, that operating a motor vehicle is not a privilege. It's not a right. We're responsible for our own actions when we're out there on the highway. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Whoops, I couldn't find my button there. No.
Representative Pickett votes no. Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Costain votes no. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki votes no. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Newman votes no. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator Searway votes no. Senator DeChambeau is absent. It's 5-5.
And not
Three.
to pass is what our group is looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. So next up, we have LD 696, which is an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's correction system. And also we have the sponsor right here with us, Representative Lookner. Jane, do you have anything for us before we get started?
And no, I don't. The last time we worked this bill, we had a bill analysis on it. I do believe that there is a pending ought not to pass motion that was tabled. The motion was made by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Rudnicki. And we also have a new amendment from Representative Lookner. I won't take more of your time. We can go straight to a productive discussion with the representative, the sponsor.
Okay, and Representative Lookner, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to, what was being said in the last work session and the public hearing and everything. And I think, so we've got an amendment here. There are a few things that in my mind really need to be addressed. So one of those things, Madam Chair, were you about to say something?
Representative, would you like us to screen share your amendment so we can walk through it together?
Yeah, that would be great if we could do that.
Thank you. Deb, could you do that? And the representative will walk through the amendment for us. Thank you.
Great. So first thing here, you can see right at the top. We're, listening to what was being said by DOC was that the practice of keeping an individual in isolation for more than 20 hours a day is exceedingly rare. So we decided to keep that and say, why we should have that in statute in case there is a point in the future where we have different administration at the Department of Corrections, somebody who is very interested in keeping residents of Maine's prisons in isolation for more than 20 hours a day, as they do in many places in this country. So I think it's a good idea to keep that provision in there to define solitary confinement as 20 hours a day and then ban anything over 20 hours a day. Didn't seem to be a lot there. Can we scroll down a little bit? So yeah, there's those vulnerable populations. I think what is really crucial is this confinement ombudsman, because I'd like to see, there's a discrepancy that we need to get at with what people, formerly incarcerated folks are saying, what advocates are saying, and then what we're hearing from the department. So I want to rectify those positions. I don't know what's going in there. I can't spend, all my time hanging out in the A-pod at MSP to figure out what's going on there. But I believe that there needs to be an individual responsible for reporting that back to us. So that's what the ombudsman position would be. That's pretty crucial. And those are kind of, is there any, can we scroll down a little bit more? So then just more definitions here with reporting, bringing it back to the committee. And this is just kind of like what's happening in the administrative segregation or the administrative control unit, things like that. So, and then just reporting back to us. So that needs to be happening. I think we ought to have a good beat on what's happening in corrections. So that's, and then it also, one other thing is a study group here. So we want to make sure that there is advocates have repeatedly sought connection and information about or have sought an audience with the DOC. So, in which wasn't opposed in the new amendment. Let's see. So it's time that the DOC, works with the advocates who are concerned about what's happening. And so that's what the study group would entail. So I'm looking at, sorry, Deb, is this what you're presenting here? Is this is the second amendment that I propose? Okay, yeah, okay. So that's pretty much the gist of it. Is it's still got those definitions. It still like bans things, the practices that we don't want to be happening, and then has an ombudsman piece, and then it has the commission. So, yep. That's the amendment. Jane, did you want to speak? Sorry.
I just wanted to ask, I think you might have skipped over a section in your amendment number 4. If Deb could scroll up to it, if you could just explain, it's about review boards having an outside independent mental health professional on them as a voting member. There it is.
Yep. So there is a review board that kind of has, I guess, in my understanding, that has oversight. But there isn't a mental health professional on there. So that's something we would like to see as well, is a mental health professional get assigned to that review board or appointed. I'd like to bring in, I don't know if this is time to bring in folks, but if I could ask, Jan Collins might be able to answer some of these questions better from the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. If she is in the waiting room, she could come in and answer a lot of your questions, I think, better than I could.
Great. Let's just have, let's let Representative Pickett go first. And then, yes, I think it's a good idea to bring in Ms. Collins. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jan can come in for the sponsor if she wants to, because what I want to do is I wanted to bring in, I believe there's a response to the new amendment by the DOC. I believe Dr. Thornell is probably ready to speak to that. But I noticed that he and I believe the commissioner are on board, but we can go ahead and do Jan first and get those questions out of the way, and then maybe ask the commissioner to come in and go over that, because we'll be talking about the same thing from both perspectives.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. I may have missed an email or some testimony. So could you fill me in? Do you mean on board in that they're here, or on board in that they support this recent amendment?
No, they're opposed not only to the original language, but they're opposed to the amendment as well. So their perspective on that.
Thank you. I was misunderstanding. Thank you for that. And yes, we will bring in Dr. Thornell. Welcome. Good morning, Ms. Collins.
Thank you.
So questions from the committee of Ms. Collins. I'll just start by saying that I appreciate the way that you and Representative Lookner and others have worked to really tailor this amendment to what the DOC says, what the DOC already does, right? This amendment is basically what the DOC says that they do right now. So as far as I understand, and so I appreciate that this is the way that you've tailored this. And the reason I'm hesitating a little is that I've remembered that we asked some questions in the last work session. And Jane, we started off and you didn't share any of that information. We asked some questions of the DOC. Have we received that information?
Everything that I have received, I have sent out to you.
Okay.
We
Seeing
did
how
get,
my mailbox is about at
No,
700.
I know. You did get, they did send a package of data on the ACU, and they sent a question with regard to Representative Lookner's question, said they needed more information. They didn't understand the question. And they had rewatched the film, but they still couldn't really understand. And so I sent out to you all of the ACU data that they sent.
Thank you very much. I will, as we continue, find that in my email, and I appreciate that. Other questions for Ms. Collins? So I'll follow up with another question for you, similar to the question that Representative Pickett asked to Representative Morales, which is Representative Pickett asked, why did you bring this bill forward? And I'd like to ask you, Ms. Collins, because I know you've worked with Representative Lookner very closely on this bill. And why are you working so hard on this bill? What's the purpose of what you're doing here?
Thank you for that question, Representative. We brought this bill forward along with Representative Lookner and others, because of the concern that we have found in the mental health community in particular. And as you know, 23 different organizations took a position of a need to pass this bill. Personally, I have had a great relationship with the department and worked with them hand in hand on lots of different efforts, including an art show last fall. But I also receive text messages from individuals who are in the care of the department, in particular, people who are in solitary-like conditions. And those people plead with me for my help. Sometimes they'll be texting to me in the middle of a breakdown. So they'll be saying, I don't know if I can go on any longer. I don't know if I should just end it here, because I've been here in this solitary-like conditions. They might use solitary confinement in their terminology, for not days, not weeks, not months. They've been here for years. And when I hear that and the descriptions that they tell me of what they're going through, I don't sleep at night. I have nightmares. I wake up in places where there is no help for me and nothing I can do. What am I supposed to say to those people? Can I just say, oh, well, I'm sorry, I can't work with you. That's out of my control. Or am I in a position to raise my voice and say, you matter, your mental health matters, you're a human being, and no one should be in these conditions. And that's why I'm here, because I can't sleep, honestly, knowing the conditions that some people are living in on a daily basis, and knowing that most of them in those conditions are suffering from mental illness. And that mental illness, instead of getting better, is getting worse. I was texting with a young man who was telling me that he wanted to end his life. And I reported that to administration, thinking that they would send mental health workers to him to help talk him through this and care about his mental health and help him with it. And at that time, instead, there was an extraction team sent to his cell. He was maced several times. They marched in, dragged him out, and took him down the corridor, screaming, dragging him all the way. And I really questioned whether that was the way we should be treating people with mental illness, or people who are telling us that they're considering ending their lives. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. That's helpful. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Collins, for being here. I have a question about the piece of the legislation around oversight and accountability, and wondering if you can speak to why it's so important. And what I heard from testimony at the hearing is there seems to be a discrepancy with what the department is saying and then what advocates and people experiencing life in our prisons are experiencing.
I'm sorry, could you make that more specific?
Yes, sorry, that was not a great question. There is a piece in the legislation around oversight, having an ombudsman, having sort of a neutral party. Can you speak to why that is important from your perspective, given the discrepancy between what the administration is saying and what the advocates are saying in terms of how solitary is being used?
Thank you, Representative Morales. We presented the text of our First Amendment to the Department of Corrections on November 3rd. actually November 4th, in a PowerPoint presentation. And Ryan Thornell, Deputy Commissioner, was there and said to us that, thank you for presenting that. We'll get back to you with our questions and concerns. And since then, we have emailed the department and asked them in texts and other messages and in conversation to meet with us to talk about their concerns. And at the moment, we have yet to get a reply that said that they were even willing to discuss it. Because we are so far apart in terms of what we see the facts and what the department sees the facts as being, we feel that it's really important to have someone who's totally independent, not one of the advocates, mental health advocates, or us or anyone else, not the department, but someone who is clearly independent to actually get a hold of what the facts are. What are the facts? What are the conditions that are actually going on there? I think that that is the role of government. That government task is actually to be able to tell us what is going on and to be able to clarify for anybody who is interested what those facts are and what the conditions are. It's pretty, it's like the bill. The bill is really straightforward. The original amendment was simply to say, we know that solitary is harmful to people. So when there is a condition where we think that we should separate people, that's what we should do. Separation, not isolation. Separation, not isolation. And it's completely in keeping with what the department's goals are, as stated by the Norwegian model that the commissioner has already talked about. He has very clearly stated that his goals are rehabilitation, and that we do that not with solitary confinement, but by actually working with individuals on programming. And that's what we had in mind, what he has stated as the goals. We wanted to affirm those, and that's exactly what we tried to do with this amendment.
Thank you. May I have one follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
The question is around, why is it important to define solitary, and why did you choose to define it in the way that you're defining it in this bill?
Terrific. Again, it's the stated goals of the Department of Corrections, and we agree with their goals not to use solitary confinement. They have told us that everyone gets 4 to 7 hours out of cell. So we took the very lowest number, which was 4, and said that this should be in statute, because we know that in any administration, from any election, you can have a change of leadership, and that change of leadership can have completely different ideas. So if we are committed, totally committed to doing the right thing and not keeping people in conditions that are going to be harmful to them, we need to have it in statute. We need to say, this is the lowest limit. This is what we feel is the very least that we can do in order to ensure mental health. And I know that an individual who is just currently in the administrative control unit has recently been released and submitted testimony on this bill. And I think he could talk more about the need for some kind of definition in law that restricts the use of solitary confinement. And I hope that you will have a chance to speak with him. His name is Zach Swain, and I think he's been invited to this work session.
Great. Thank you, Jan. A couple of things. One, Deb, let's bring in Dr. Thornell. I'd like to keep Ms. Collins here as well. Please, Jane, could you resend that information? As I was listening, I was looking through my 700 plus. Oh, you did?
I just did, to all of you.
The service here is amazing. Thank you very much. I'll check that out. And so we're bringing in Dr. Thornell.
Madam
And
Chair,
yes,
I'm
Representative.
sorry to interrupt, but could I have Commissioner Liberty before Mr. Thornell, only because
Sure.
I need to respond to a situation that we just heard to see what their side of it is on that.
Okay, so you'd like to bring in Commissioner Liberty right now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Commissioner Liberty does not appear to be in the waiting room.
Yes.
Anna Black is.
Okay. I thought that was usually, but maybe not. Okay, then if he's not there, then I'll just we'll just go ahead with Dr. Thornell.
Okay, thank you, Representative Pickett. Representative Lookner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am very interested to hear from anyone who has lived experience, recent lived experience in DOC in these conditions. So I think it's appropriate if we ask Mr. Swain to come in and give us a little bit of a breakdown of what that was like for him.
Okay, thank you. Let's give Dr. Thornell a chance to be asked questions before we bring in Mr. Swain. Dr. Thornell, good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And Representative Pickett has some questions for you.
Good morning, Dr. Thornell.
Good morning.
I've received information that the MDOC is not only opposed to the original language, but you're opposed to the amendment. And there's a number of different reasons, I'm sure, why you're opposed to it. And we went down through the amendment in pretty much detail before we started. So I thought we should get your side as to the amendment and what you are opposing and why.
Thank you, Representative Pickett and Representative Warren and other members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. As mentioned, my name is Ryan Thornell. I serve as the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Corrections. I'm glad to be here with you all this morning. I'd first like to start with just a few points of clarification. One is that the department works regularly with advocacy groups and coalitions across the state of Maine on all topics related to corrections, including restrictive housing, dating as far back to 2015 and 2016 when Commissioner Liberty was Warden Liberty at the time of Maine State Prison. We started and maintain to this day a very strong relationship with the ACLU and other advocacy agencies who have walked right alongside us in our restrictive housing units, as some of you have as well. Well before this topic came to this legislative session and became a legislative issue. And we have received praise from those advocacy groups who have walked alongside us in those conditions. So I think it's important to point that out because there was a comment earlier about it's time for the department to start working with advocacy agencies when in fact we have been working with them very strongly through this day up to today. I also want to just point out that the department, myself, as well as the commissioner in our past comments, specifically talked about how we define restrictive housing and how it is different than the administrative controls unit. So while the administrative controls unit does operate with roughly 4 to 7 hours out of cell any given day, we do have individuals who are placed in a restrictive housing setting where they're only out of their cell for 2 hours a day for programs and services and outdoor activities because of the immediate threat, security and safety they pose. And those individuals are typically on that status for 72 hours or less. And so it's important to point that out because one of the pieces that we adamantly oppose in this amendment, as well as the last draft of the bill, is the definition of solitary confinement, requiring somebody having 4 hours or more out of cell every single day. It's important to note that if somebody has just committed a seriously violent act in one of our prison facilities, whether against a staff member or another resident, to be required in order to have them out of their cell for 4 or more hours a day, the same day or even the next day after committing an act like that, assumes that those individuals are immediately regulated and that the threat has been resolved instantaneously, which we all know is not realistic. We have individuals who remain dangerously violent for days that require interventions, that require working with our treatment teams and our unit teams in order to stabilize. And it would create a significant safety and security concern of ours to have them coming out of their cells 4+ hours per day, regardless of the threat level or the act of violence that they committed. So it's important for us to note that as you ask what we are opposed to. I also want to point out that the information that's provided about situations and reports from inside our facilities, we do oppose and we do disagree with, because they do not reflect what's happening in our facilities. People inside our facilities, living in our facilities, do not have to report the facts. The department is coming to you reporting what is occurring inside our facilities. I walked down every tier of our restrictive housing unit, our administrative controls unit, and every other specialty area we have Friday when I was at the Maine State Prison. I spoke with residents in those cells. I spoke with staff, and I can tell you from my own firsthand account that they are not filthy living conditions, that they are not locked down in solitude, that they are not kept from programs and services. They are not dragged down the hallway after being sprayed with OC spray, as was just reported. Those situations are not what is happening in our facilities. I understand that people from inside our walls may be reporting that, but we have to understand that that's one account from one individual and is not being verified in any way before being publicly discussed here. And so I think it's important to point that out. I also want to note in our opposition to this, it's mentioned in the newest amendment that all of our placement reviews will require a third-party mental health professional to participate in those reviews from outside of the Department of Corrections, outside of our contracted service providers currently. And I really have to ask, why is that necessary? How is that going to create unnecessary delays in the completion of those reviews? Why are those individuals going to be more qualified than our full range of behavioral health clinicians inside our facilities that range from master's levels to doctoral levels to medical psychiatrists who are part of all of those processes? So again, I have to ask why a third-party mental health professional is necessary who has no experience in corrections and working in corrections to contribute to those reviews, which is a similar concern that we have to the idea of a confinement ombudsman. It is still unclear to us what problem the ombudsman is going to come in, oversee, and fix, and who has qualifications that make them more of an expert than Commissioner Liberty, than myself, than our other trained clinical professionals and others who are doing this work every single day. Additionally, as Representative Lookner outlined, the newest amendment requires the department to report extensively on restrictive housing practices monthly. The department does include monthly data on restrictive housing practices in our monthly reports. And if you've been following our monthly reports for the last several years that we've been publishing them, they have increased with data and information every single month as our skill set and as our data resources and ability to extract data has improved, and that continues. And so we don't understand why there's a need to legislate continued enhancement to our data reports if we're already trending in that direction. And finally, the bill proposes a commission to study restrictive housing in Maine. And as it's laid out in the newest amendment, which did not get a lot of detail discussed at the beginning of this work session, the Department of Corrections and county jails would be greatly underrepresented in such a commission outlined in the amendment. In fact, we would have 2 of the 15 members who would study restrictive housing or solitary confinement, as is noted, in our correctional facilities. And again, we ask, why is the department being put in a position where we're only given 2 of 15 voices in a room where we have the experience and expertise and demonstrated track record that we are doing good work in this area? So Representative Pickett, that's really an outline of what we saw in the latest amendment that we didn't receive until, like many others, late yesterday. We did reach out to the sponsor in response to his email at the end of the last week for communication, and then we received the amendment yesterday evening, and that's our response given the short turnaround. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Pickett.
Just one follow-up. I noticed in the material that I had, I'm looking at that, and you might have spoke to this. I was listening very intently, but I don't recall you actually speaking directly to this. But the MDOC's policy strictly governs the use of restrictive housing and ensures necessary accountability. And then it goes on to say older residents, pregnant residents, and those suffering from severe mental illness are provided alternative placement that more appropriately meets their needs. Could you just speak to that for a minute?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. Yes, our current policies, the administrative status policy is the policy that you're referencing, and it specifically has language in it accounting for those special populations, is what we refer to them as. Individuals in our care and custody who might be 65 or older, who may have more compromised health situations or mobility situations, pregnant women who are postpartum, as well as other individuals, those who suffer from severe mental illness and other situations. Our policies allow for and require the initial response and placement of that individual to be completed with an assessment and review by medical, behavioral health, and other specialists, so that we do not put them in a restrictive housing setting. We do not put them in a setting that might be detrimental to their current situation or status. And we pride ourselves on our ability to do that and the ability to refer them to other housing circumstances that are more appropriate for them.
Thank you, sir.
So just a quick follow-up, and I see you, Representative Costain, but if you don't mind, just a quick follow-up to the question that he just answered. Is that all right with you, Representative Costain? Thank you. Just to go back, Dr. Thornell, because you said that, it's impossible to put people into, not put people into, I'm trying to paraphrase your words. And so you correct me if I say this wrong. I think what you said was that there are folks that have done something very extremely dangerous and they need to be put in solitary confinement, and that you shouldn't be expected to be able to not put them into solitary confinement when they pose such a risk. That's what I'm trying to say. But tell me what you actually said, because I'm probably not getting it right.
Thank you, Representative. What I was referencing is the situations that may occur in our correctional facilities require an ability to put somebody in a restrictive setting for a short period of time in order to mitigate an immediate threat or an immediate dangerousness, or in response to a significantly dangerous and violent act that just occurred. So for example, if an individual attacks a staff member with a weapon and potentially, let's say, stabs the staff member and injures the staff member, and is dangerously violent in those moments, this bill requires that the department continue to give those individuals at least 4 hours out of cell time without any stipulations or any consideration for that level of violence or dangerousness, even the same day, potentially the next day. What I'm saying is, I'm not referencing solitary confinement or any other catchphrases. I'm saying the department needs an ability to respond to that level of violence and mitigate that dangerousness in the immediacy and short term thereafter to keep our staff, residents, and facilities safe.
Thank you for that. And so when it comes to pregnant women, people over the age of 65, or folks with severe mental illness, it sounds like you're saying you do have the ability to make sure you don't use restrictive housing. So why do you have the ability to do it with these three populations but you don't have the ability to do it with other people?
In those situations, number one, those populations account for less than 1%, probably less than 0.1% of any incidents inside of our facilities. So those populations, in terms of those 65 or older, pregnant women, women who are postpartum, they don't pose the threat level that other residents may pose in our facilities. So what I'm saying is that our policies, our restrictive housing policy, the administrative status policy, requires that when those individuals potentially, if they commit a violent act, let's say, our policies require that as part of that administrative status placement process, we find the least restrictive alternative where we can safely house them, given all of the factors that they have, whether it's 65 or older, whether it's pregnant, what have you. And we're able to divert them into placements where we can take into account the safety and security needs that they have. We have on the front end placements where we can send them so that potentially our assisted living unit up at Mountain View, where we route most of our geriatric, elderly, medically compromised individuals. So they're up in that housing area where we divert them from any sort of setting where they might need to go in a restrictive status. We also know that, for example, if somebody's 65 or older and they commit an act of violence, the likelihood of them committing another act of violence is diminished compared to somebody who's 35 or 40. We know that. Statistics tell us that over time that you age out of criminal behavior. And so they have a lower risk, a lower threat than the broader general population who might commit an act like that. And so there's a variety of things that allow us to make determinations like that and feel safer about doing so for special populations like that.
Thank you. Representative Costain, thank you for letting me do that follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to change gears just a little bit. Dr. Thornell, was you on the Zoom when Ms. Collins spoke?
Yes, I was, Representative.
So I have two questions on her comments that she made. Just clarifying questions. One would be, when they're in consolidated confinement, they're allowed to have a cell phone with them?
No, Representative. So individuals in our restrictive housing units have access to our tablet technology, and those tablets allow for text messaging so that they're able to have communication with loved ones, family, friends in the community. And so my guess is that is the communication path that was used.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up, ma'am.
Yes, please.
So you heard Ms. Collins speak about this gentleman that was in consolidated confinement. Are you familiar with that incident that she was talking about?
Yes, I am.
Could you tell me how long ago that was? And the practices that was used then compared to the practices that we're using today?
Yes, I can tell you that at least the incident I think she's referencing, and the only reason I think I'm aware of it is because she emailed members of the facility administrative team and voiced her concerns of what she was hearing. And no, if I'm thinking of the correct incident, it was early last week, or just at the end of the week prior, but it was relatively within the last 14 days of what she emailed to us. And I can tell you that the description of what transpired, I can't go into specifics because I don't want to compromise anybody's confidentiality in terms of residents inside our facilities. But I can tell you that the situation that was described by Ms. Collins, or described to her that she relayed to the committee, is not what occurred. And, you know, to say things like an individual was dragged down the hallway through our facility after being sprayed with OC, after asking for help, is not the situation that occurred.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions is going to go off in different direction, having to do with jails. So I don't know if Representative Lookner or Morales have anything for Dr. Thornell, and if they do, they can bypass me until after.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lookner, did you have a question for Dr. Thornell?
Yes, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Thornell. There was just you brought up a point that during a situation where there's an acute safety risk, that DOC needs to put somebody in a condition of isolation for more than 20 hours a day for, I think your words were, a short period of time. So what is a short period of time according to DOC? Is that 3 days? Is that 9 days? Is that a month? What is a short period of time?
Thank you, Representative. So as I've laid out previously, our administrative status process requires review no later than 72 hours upon placement. That placement does not necessitate putting somebody in a solitary environment. That status can occur in general population. If somebody tells an officer that they believe their safety and security is at risk for whatever reason may be, and we need to investigate it, we're able to put them on a status that provides them safety in their room, provides them safety to come out in a recreation setting away from others. And they're in that room for most likely 22 hours a day for up to 72 hours while we figure out a way to investigate the threat that they're making us aware of, put systems in place that might protect them if there's legitimacy to the threat, or move them to a safer housing area away from whatever that safety or security concern that they have. And so that is what our policy currently requires, is that we make those decisions within 72 hours, especially specifically to your question in terms of somebody's safety that they bring forward to us, expressing a concern for their own safety and security.
Great, I appreciate that. If I could have a follow-up.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that answer, Dr. Thornell. So I think I was asking specifically about, you brought up the situation of, you know, a resident attacking a staff member, inflicting injury. I'm not asking about a resident who's like afraid for their own safety. I'm asking for that resident who did perpetrate something. What's, you know, and you said for a resident who has safety concerns for themselves, they could ask for a status. It sounds like that they're in cell 22 hours a day for 3 days until there's a review of some kind. Trying to get my head around that. But, you know, for that resident who does commit something that they are, you know, endangering others, what is a short period of time for holding that individual on a status? Because it sounded like earlier you were referencing an acute safety situation where a resident has inflicted harm on a staff person, and then you said they could be kept for a short period of time in conditions where they're in their cell longer than 20 hours a day. So what is a short period of time for that individual, for that resident?
Yeah, so again, they would go on to an administrative status. They would be removed from general population, and they are required to be reviewed within the first 72 hours of that placement. And then following that, if they need to be retained on that status because of whatever the dangerousness, the level of violence, whatever the case may be, they would be reviewed again at the 7-day mark. And I would just remind everybody that one of the things I spoke about in the last work session on this topic is we can't paint every single resident and every single situation with one broad brush, because every situation we encounter in our facilities is different, which is why we use language in our policies like up to 72 hours, up to 7 days, because we want to allow for individuals who might commit an act of violence to not have to be on a status for 72 hours or 7 days. We give our unit treatment teams and clinical teams the ability to review them early and individualize their placement plan and length of stay. But those are the policy requirements, Representative, 72 hours and then thereafter 7 days.
Appreciate that. And one more follow-up. I just have a question about, Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes.
So you were talking about treatment options for that individual. So what are the treatment interventions available for somebody who is an acute risk to others or themselves? What are the treatment options in DOC available for that person in interventions that maybe don't require a person to be confined to their cell longer than 20 hours a day? What are those treatment interventions?
Thank you, Representative. The treatment interventions are vast, and it all depends on what the underlying factors are that contribute to that individual situation. So it could be mental health treatment, which ranges from one-on-one counseling to group sessions to residential level treatment in our intensive mental health unit. It may be substance use disorder treatment services, which again range from one-on-one counseling through residential level placement. It might be cognitive behavioral therapy. It could be interpersonal violence, nonviolence communication. It might be restorative justice practices and involvement. It could be potentially underlying factors which include education, could be part of their case plan as well. My point in all of this is it's individualized based upon the individual's circumstances and factors leading to the behavior and the outcomes. And so we would put together an individualized case plan and treatment plan for that individual in that situation.
Great, I appreciate that. So I'm just, thinking there are treatment options available. We can have other interventions besides prolonged isolation for some of these folks.
Yes, Representative, we can and we do.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
And Representative Morales, did you have a question for Dr. Thornell? Or shall we go back to Representative Newman?
I do have a question, and you may have already sort of answered it, but my guess and what I'm hearing is that, folks who are ending up in administrative control units and in what we're talking about defining as solitary likely have mental health, are in mental health crisis. Likely that is one of the major reasons for the crisis. And so that's why you have all of these ways in which that you are addressing that, that you've just been talking about. My understanding is that there's a review every 30 days of someone who is in an ACU, and then which assumes that there are folks who are there beyond the 72 hours. But I'm wondering what, other than inside the DOC, what is the oversight on folks who get who are in ACU, and then what happens next? Where is that oversight?
Sure, thank you, Representative. So I just want to point out that I think in your question, we overlapped several statuses. So administrative status is the short-term status in reference to your 72-hour remark. That is are restrictive housing status. The administrative control unit is not a restrictive housing situation. Those individuals are in a different housing area. They are out of their rooms 4 to 7 hours a day. It is a longer term programming, intensive programming, and intervention unit in the main state prison. So it's separate from those two. So I just want to point out, when I was talking about the reviews to Representative Lookner, those are different timelines, different reviews. But to your question, in general, any review that we conduct, whether it's a review regarding administrative status in the first 72 hours or the first 7 days, or if it's a case review of somebody in the administrative controls unit, if it's somebody out in general population who's having a hard time, a unit treatment team, whatever the case may be, those reviews are conducted by a multidisciplinary team, which includes security staff, includes unit treatment team, case management, unit management, includes education providers, includes behavioral health clinicians, includes medical staff, and anybody else who may be pertinent to that individual's situation. And that is the review process that the department utilizes. In terms of an external oversight agency, the department is the oversight agency for corrections, and then we report to Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Newman, thank you for allowing those questions to go ahead of you.
No, that's no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this affects county jails, I really need a kind of a brief reminder of how they have to handle the policies and stuff. And I think I saw Sheriff Mason in the waiting room. Maybe he could come in and give me a brief overview of that and what he thinks about the amendment.
Great, thank you, Representative. Deb, do you see our sheriff? And when I say our, I mean Representative Newman and I's sheriff. And Senator Searway's sheriff, I believe, right? Senator Searway? Yes, and Representative Rudnicki? No, you're in Somerset, sorry.
I see Sheriff Ken Mason.
Yes, could you please bring him in? Thank you. And I also, excuse me, I want to bring in, we did have a request, and I apologize, Representative Lookner, you had asked to bring in Mr. Swain, and we will do that. Good morning, Sheriff Mason.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the rest of the committee. I'll be happy to answer as best I can any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Representative Newman's going to start us off here.
Yes, thank you. Basically, I just wanted a quick refresher on the jails policies, because I know jails versus prisons are apples to oranges. And I just need a little bit of an update on that and what you think of the new amendment.
Well, we all oppose that new amendment. And, you know, even though DOC is different than Maine County jails, you know, they're kind of in the same boat. And I definitely have to agree with what, you know, Dr. Thornell says, that we follow the same basic policies and how we handle things with individuals, that we must segregate by themselves to protect themselves. My staff or correctional staff and other inmates. And there's just no way to put these people with other people and protect their safety or my staff's safety. You know, nobody gets a kick out of locking these people up. And when we close, you know, when we put them into what's labeled as solitary confinement, they have contact with staff all day long. We feed them 3 meals a day. We give them hygiene. We give them medical. You know, it's not like nobody talks to them. That's not the case. We have rules and regulations that we must follow. And it's important that we follow those. Does that answer part of your question, Representative? Newman?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, seeing no more hands raised, I did promise that I would bring in Mr. Swain, and we've got to make some room here on the screen. So let's, Deb, how about for right now, let's move out Dr. Thornell and Sheriff Mason. And if we could move, oh, maybe everybody can fit. I just don't want committee members to not be able to see each other. So I guess if that's okay. Welcome, Mr. Swain. Good morning. Thank you for being
having
here.
me.
Representative Lookner would like to start with a question or two of you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Swain, for joining us today. No, this is an issue that, has been personal to you, and, I really, respect you for coming in here and being willing to share this, publicly. So, just couldn't have been easy, but, I just want to hear, what your experience was like. We're hearing a lot of different things, so I'm just very curious to hear from you, what your experience in these conditions were like and what happened in there.
I'll try to keep it brief. I will say that as of last Monday, people on administration or ad status or disciplinary restriction were only getting 1 hour out of their cell a day. And there were some other things that Mr. Thornell had said that were not accurate. But I'm not here to argue with him. I'll tell my personal story. I was sentenced at the age of 19. I was arrested at the age of 18. I was in high school for armed robbery and aggravated assault. And I was sentenced to a 16-year all but 7 bid in the Department of Corrections. So I did the full 7 years and was released February 28th on a Monday. I think it's last Monday or the Monday before. Yeah, last Monday. And during that time, I spent close to, I think, in actual, what they would consider restrictive housing. I think I spent a little over 3.5 years of my time. And during that time, I've suffered from mental illness my entire life. I was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, mood disorders, PTSD, bipolar 1. So I have what I consider severe mental illness, and what professionals have said would be considered severe mental illness. I'm actually in a mental health group home right now, and I was approved for PNMI status through the state for residential treatment. And Dr. Sigliano, when he did a psychological evaluation on me that my lawyers had to pay for when I was at the prison, had recommended that I was deteriorating in this special management unit and would benefit greatly from placement in a unit similar to the IMHU. But I was repeatedly denied placement and given little to no reason as to why. But during my time in the SMU, I'd like to point out the fact that, I'm not perfect. I've made quite a few mistakes, and I'm not going to justify anything that I've done wrong. That's not my intention. I've done some bad things when I was in prison that I'm not proud of. And I just hope that doesn't take away from my testimony, But my first time that I was placed in the administrative control unit was it started it was April 4th of 2018. I assaulted a correctional officer. I threw a few punches and there was no injury. But I was put into A2 on administrative, or at the time it was called administrative segregation. They recently changed the language, but it's essentially the same status. And subsequent disciplinary restriction for 10 months, where I was allowed 1 hour out of my cell during the day. I was allowed 1 10-minute phone call a week and 3 showers a week. And they, as of when I was there, they do not have access to tablets in A2 as well. So they only get the 1 10-minute phone call a week. That's your only contact with the outside world when you're in the A2 unit of Maine State Prison. So during that time, my first suicide attempt was my first week. They had discontinued my my Ritalin, my ADHD medication, and I went through a very severe depression as a result. I was getting a very high dosage, and they stopped me cold turkey. And I reported this to mental health afterwards. I had hung myself until I went unconscious by wrapping a sheet around my neck and tying it to the bedpost and rolling. And I woke up, I don't know, it was within a 30-minute period, but I ended up waking up with the sheet still tied around my neck, and I untied it. And the correctional staff didn't know, but I did report it to mental health the next day. When I met with them, I requested to meet with them. So that was my first serious suicide attempt in the Maine State Prison. And subsequently, I started swallowing metal objects such as toenail clippers, pieces of copper wire that I would sharpen. And I was not the only inmate doing this. There was multiple inmates. I drank toxic chemicals that they no longer have in the prison because me and several other inmates drank them in an attempt to harm ourselves. And over that period of time, I was told I had to go 60 days without a write-up before I could be considered to be put into the administrative control unit. And that was directly from the mouth of Mr. Thornell himself. He had told me that they were not going to consider me for the ACU until I went 60 days without a write-up, despite the fact that I was clearly going through mental health crises, almost on a daily basis. And so during that was the first time that I did ACU. When I made it to the ACU, I had stopped. By that time, I had stopped taking all my psych medications, and I became slightly delusional. I stopped contact with all my family and friends on the outside because I was paranoid that they were trying to manipulate me or control my mind. And I refused to meet with mental health. Actually, multiple COs had put in a request that mental health come see me because of my erratic behavior. I would take my mattress and put it underneath the bunk of my bed, and I would sleep with my face, almost against the steel of the underside of the bunk. I did that for about a month and was in a very I'd consider it like a mild psychosis. I just wasn't in my right mind during that time period. And so after being in the ACU, I got some good behavior under my belt. I did the programming. At the time, we got 2 hours out of our cell a day in the ACU. That was back in 2019. It was 2019 by the time I made it over there. Level 1 in the ACU, you have to be in 4-point restraints or handcuffed behind your back every time you leave your cell. So in my opinion, that addresses the security issue as to if somebody did assault staff. There are people that are getting recreation in a way that it's physically impossible for them to assault staff, and that lasts for, it's usually on average about 60 to 90 days on level 1 with clear conduct, and then another 60 to 90 days on level 2 with clear conduct, without any incidents, in order to be able to come out unrestrained. So people on administrative status or disciplinary segregation status are, every time they are taken out of their room for any reason, they are in full restraints. So that, in my opinion, does address Mr. Thornell's concern as to this security side of letting people out for longer. You know, they could easily put them in the rec yard for 4 hours rather than 1 with the other inmates. You know, they're separate cages, so everybody's separated, and they do that for 1 hour. So, you know, I feel like this bill would just expand on the practice that's already employed. I don't think, from what I've read of it, it doesn't specifically say that they have to be out unrestrained around other inmates and staff. So that was my first ACU bid. And when I left ACU, I made it 3 hours, and I was caught with a piece of metal that I brought out that it wasn't sharpened and it didn't have a handle on it, but it was intended to make a shank with for my protection. I was still very paranoid. I didn't have any specific issues with anybody. I didn't have any problems, but I had spent so long in segregation that I didn't know how general population was going to be. So just for peace of mind, I brought out a piece of metal with me. So if I needed it, I could make a shank to protect myself with. And I was put back in A2 for that. And at the time, they were doing disciplinary restriction in what is now the ELU, but at the time it was B wing. And we would get 2 hours out of our cell in a rec cage together. It's a larger rec area in B wing. And that was a very negative environment. There were fights weekly for most, pretty much the duration of my time in B wing on disciplinary restriction. And it was a very stressful environment. I became very aggressive with the other inmates and some of the staff. As a result, I think I received a threatening write-up at one point during my time down there, but I didn't act on it. But I can personally attest that, before I was put in solitary confinement, before I was put in segregation, I was much less confrontational. I was much more easygoing. It took quite a bit to get me to the point that I assaulted staff or inmates, which is not right. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying that's acceptable behavior in any way, shape, or form. I do regret it and I feel bad. But with that being said, after segregation, even my family said that, I was a different person. I had very long hair and I grew out my beard and my hygiene wasn't up to par. My mom described me as, acting like a zombie. And it just really took a toll on me mentally. And then I was placed again in A2 for refusing to lock into my cell. which is a Class B write-up. It's a relatively minor write-up, and I was brought to segregation for that. And while I was down there on administrative segregation, I got to a confrontation with an officer. He had removed all my property from my cell because I had what's called a fishing pole, which is just a rolled up piece of paper that we use to pass items from cell to cell. So he removed all my property and put me on a restriction for 7 days. And I spit on him, and that extended my stay. And I had a few other instances where I spit on staff while I was in solitary, and that resulted in my second stay in the administrative control unit, where and while I was on administrative segregation, disciplinary segregation, pending my ACU board, which took about 9 months, or it was less than that. I went down there May of 2020, and I was put in the ACU the last week of January of 2021. So I can't do the math in my head right now, but those were the dates. So during that time, I was frequently on suicide watches. I hung myself one night and had to be rushed to the emergency room in an ambulance. I was unresponsive, and I popped every blood vessel in my head and in my eyes from strangulation, from the asphyxiation, and I was put on a constant watch for the remainder of the night, and then I was moved to a 10-minute watch the next day, and I was able to get my hands on another bed sheet, which I wasn't allowed to have, and I hung myself again the next night and did further damage. I popped more blood vessels, and you know, I haven't seen a neurologist. The Department of Corrections refused to. I put in multiple sick call slips, and they refused to treat me for a potential traumatic brain injury because of the strangulation. But the psychologist that I met with recommended that I meet with a neurologist for potential traumatic brain injuries. He speculated that I might have one. And so that was, and during this whole time, I was ingesting metal. I've had over 20 endoscopic surgeries and colonoscopies to remove foreign objects from my stomach and intestines. And when I was in the ACU, I was having some mental health problems. You know, I was still struggling, and I had just gotten my level 2, so I had gone 60 days without a write-up, which was very hard for me to do when I was in solitary. You know, it definitely perpetuates itself. You know, for example, you know, a write-up that you'd get in general population, like a minor write-up, you'd get what's called disciplinary restriction, where you stay in the pod that you're in, and you can come out for 1 hour a day. You can't have your electronics, but you're around other inmates. You're in the general population. If you get the same exact write-up while you're in the SMU, you get what's called disciplinary segregation, and they keep you down there for longer for even minor infractions. That's the common practice, is to give you disciplinary segregation if you're on administrative segregation, or what administrative status that they call it now. The terminology is very confusing. They changed it a lot, but yes.
I don't know what to say. You are so courageous to be here.
Thank you.
And it must be very, very difficult to share all of this with us. And I don't want you to feel like you have to go on any further. I think that we needed to hear from you, and we appreciate you being here. And I want to say again, I really commend your courage. And Mr. Swain, are you open to taking a couple of questions from committee members?
Yes. If there's one more thing I could share before, my last suicide attempt was in June, the last week of June of last year, and it resulted in me having emergency surgery for ingesting metal. They cut me open from the top of my midsection down to my groin, and I had an ileostomy and I currently have a colostomy bag as a result. And I had requested to go to the IMHU, and they again told me I did not meet the criteria, even though the IMHU policy, which the inmates have access to on our tablets, clearly states that an inmate that commits a suicide attempt, regardless of prior mental health issues, qualifies for the IMHU status. So even if I didn't have the diagnoses, by policy, I would have qualified just purely based off the intensity and levels of suicide and frequency of suicide attempts resulting from being in long-term segregation. But I filed Maine human rights complaints, which are in the process. I'm in the process of filing a civil lawsuit as well on this matter. But that's what I wanted to share. I think that could suffice. There's obviously, I could go on for days and days and days about, some of the traumas and things that I've seen. But I'll let you guys steer this conversation. This is your session, so.
Well, again, thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Representative Pickett.
I have no questions for Mr. Swain. I do have a question afterwards, though.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Swain? Mr. Swain, I just have one question. When you have been in A2, and now I think I'm getting a sense of that, what we keep calling the wrong thing, because I don't know why I don't know why I can't get a sense of what it's actually called. Maybe because we keep getting told that it just doesn't exist.
It is very confusing.
And I really do try to use the right terms. How many people were on A2 when you were last on A2?
I was last on A2, like I said, January of last year. And there were, I believe, about 7 to 10 people, give or take. They were moving people around frequently. So you'd have people that would come down to serve disciplinary segregation from population, or that would have an incident that would stay for longer stays. And then you'd have people that would come down, like for example, the people that usually do 72 hours or less are usually people that are on mental health watches more commonly. I can say from personal experience, unless it's for a severely minor infraction, anybody that comes down to A2 is usually there for at least 7 days to a month, unless it's for something very minor, like making a rude comment to a cop, for example. I've seen somebody stay down there for making a comment to a unit manager, and he did I want to say I was personally over there with him for maybe a month for harassment write-up, and he did have some incidents while he was in solitary, but nothing like no assaults on officers or anything like that. I think he might have just gotten extracted or something like that. So that would be like a refusing orders write-up for covering your window, and then the extraction team would spray you and bring you out to get decontaminated. I personally, at times have spent, the longest I spent in the restraint chair was 23 hours after getting sprayed 13 times in one weekend. That was the weekend that I hung myself. I came back and I got sprayed 13 times that weekend and was put in the restraint chair for 23 hours. I did refuse because I refused to take my clothes off. Or they had put me in a turtle suit, and because I used my blankets to cover up, I was told I couldn't have any blankets, so I had to sleep on the bare concrete, naked. And so I told them that I was going to keep getting extracted by hurting myself. I was on a constant watch, and there was a few of us that they made stay naked for weeks at a time, but I chose to keep hurting myself until they put me in the restraint chair instead of, it was warmer. This is in the winter time, so it was warmer in the area that the restraint chair was. So I instead of sleeping naked on the concrete on a constant watch, I chose to sit in the restraint chair for 23 hours. And then again the next day for, I believe it was 6 hours the day after that. And they kept me in a dry cell after that. I was able to get my blankets back. But the other inmates that we had done hospital trips by ingesting metal, 2 of them had to sleep naked. One of them was for almost 2 weeks, was for at least 7 days. He had to make a bed of toilet paper to lay on because they refused to give him blankets. And a smock, they gave him a pair of paper boxers, and that was it. So, and those are just some examples. I've personally been pepper sprayed probably over 50 times. That's maybe not an exact number, but almost every time it's been for self-injurious behaviors. I've been paraded naked through the day room in restraints, in front of female staff, in front of female nurses, in front of the entire pod. We had done a peaceful protest, and we had asked to speak to a captain. And instead of having a captain come speak with us about the living conditions in A2, they decided to send the SOG team into the rec yard, which we were in individual cages, and we were just refusing to submit to restraints to go back to our cells until we talked to a captain. And they threw a concussion grenade and fired concussion rounds at us and made us strip naked in front of each other and walked us through the pod out into a receiving area where they had multiple female staff. And we had to get our vitals taken by the nurses completely naked. And then we were put on clothing restriction for 7 days. And I had to make my one phone call during the week in the day room. I had to wrap a sheet around myself to cover myself because I wasn't allowed to have clothing after the incident. And I actually went up to medical to be evaluated for a sick call slip, and I had to go up in a bed sheet wrapped around me. Those are just some examples of, these aren't everyday occurrences. I'm not trying to, make it worse than it really is. I'm not saying that this stuff happens on a daily basis, but these practices are happening within the recent past. For example, a good friend of mine was going through a mental breakdown, and he cut a piece of his genitals off. And I, with my own eyes, this is just a few weeks ago, watched him get pepper sprayed multiple times. while he was on a suicide watch for that, for having a mental breakdown. And that was in the A2 unit.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. We do have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Swain. I just want to reiterate how grateful we are for you being here to talk with us today. I know this is difficult, but it is very helpful to us to hear from you.
Thank
I
you.
want to ask you specifically about, yes, when you first arrived in the department custody, you were 19.
Yeah.
And how you were assessed for your mental illness when you first arrived, and then throughout your stay there, what kinds of mental health, behavioral health services, could you speak a little bit about the kinds of services you were provided?
So my first 10 months, I was in the medium unit. I was assessed as medium custody after my reception, and I went 10 months without a write-up. I was participating heavily in Alcoholics Anonymous. I had started the college program, but I had been having some mental health issues, and I had put in multiple sick call slips requesting to get put on the medications that I was on when I was in Long Creek, which just very briefly, I had been on the outside for 50 days after getting released from Cumberland County Jail, from which I was transferred directly from Long Creek. And when I went to Cumberland County Jail, they refused to give me the medications that I was prescribed in Long Creek because I wasn't serving a long enough sentence, they said. So they stopped me on my mental health medications, and I wasn't able to get I didn't have enough time on the outside at the time to get re-prescribed my medications by the time I got arrested on the case that I just finished serving my time for. So I had requested to get put on medications that I've been prescribed for years and years in the past. And the social worker at the time, she no longer works for the Department of Corrections, as far as I know. She told me that she was not going to put in a referral for me to meet with the psychiatrist, which that's the process. In order to meet with the doctor that can prescribe you medications, you have to be referred by a social worker or clinician. And she told me that I told her I was having very violent thoughts. I had been in a few fights that we didn't get caught for fighting. We did it in a cell and were able to get away with it without the COs noticing. And I was struggling, and I was worried about having to drop out of the college program, which I ended up doing. But she told me that unless I assault somebody, because of my history of fighting in Long Creek, she said, unless I assault somebody, she's not going to put in a referral for me to get my medications, which ended up proving true because I got a fighting write-up. Another inmate and me got into an argument, and we got into a mutual fight in the day room, and I was seen and put on albeit different medication than I've been on in the past, not the mood or antipsychotic medications, but I was able to meet with the doctor and get put on medications very, very shortly after that incident, where I was moved to the close unit. And I was meeting with mental health sporadically in population. It was very difficult to meet with them because if there's something going on, or very often they're short-staffed in the SMU. So if they don't have 2 officers to take you out of your cell, you can only talk to the mental health clinician through the crack in your door, and you can't have a private conversation. So they usually just reschedule and come back. So I was I was actually told I was on special needs status after my incident where I got the colostomy bag because of the severity of my suicide attempt, even though they were denying me access to the mental health unit. And I was recommended by my mental health worker and the Dr. Prop had recommended that I go to, he put in a referral for me to go to IMHU as well. I don't know what his exact position in WellPath is, but it was very sporadic, and it's usually just talk therapy. Sometimes they'll print you off worksheets to do in your cell. That's more rare. You have to specifically request that. But it's usually just you go in a room with a mental health worker and you just talk to them, and that's the extent of mental health treatment other than medication, which they rely pretty heavily on. Almost every inmate in there is on psychotropic medications or Suboxone. I know every single inmate in the ACU is on, because when they do med pass, they stop at people's doors to give them medications. So I know every single inmate in the ACU is on mental health medications. And so to say, that it's 1% of the population that has mental health disorders, I think that there might have been one inmate in the ACU that wasn't on medications, that wasn't at tops, and I'm not sure if he was prescribed them and refusing them or was just not prescribed them. But
Thank you, Mr. Swain. We have one more question for you. Okay. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to say to Mr. Swain, thank you for coming to this committee. I'm grateful for your story and shedding some light on what we're going after here and your perspective. I think I'm not alone in wishing that that we're you have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
And we're grateful for your support. And so thanks for coming before us today.
Thank you guys for having me. It's been a real honor.
Thank you for being here. Representative Pickett. Oh, whoops, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Dr. Thornell.
Yes, please go ahead.
Now, I guess it's good afternoon, Dr. Thornell. We are at that right now. Not trying to in any way, shape, or form cast any light on or anything about the young man that just testified for us and stuff. But your name was brought up several times, and the MDOC was brought up several times, and I just would like to know if you have a response to that, and if so, I'd like to hear what you have to say, sir.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Certainly have several thoughts that I think should be shared in response to Mr. Swain being here today. Mr. Swain, it's good to see you. I do want to point out, Mr. Swain did bring up that he has several human rights cases that he's currently pursuing, and potentially some civil rights litigation. And so what I want to just respond with is not specific to Mr. Swain in any way. Certainly not going to discuss anything about his individual situations or circumstances. But I do think it's important for us to express the practices and reviews and consultations that occur in situations where an individual is receiving behavioral health services, whether it's in our general population or on a restrictive housing setting or in the administrative controls unit, referrals that happen to the intensive mental health unit. And I just have to say that those services are not just simply talk therapy, and they're certainly not just individual worksheets for individuals to go back to their rooms to complete. And I think, our clinical teams across the entire department would take exception to having their work, which is 24/7, 365 work with individuals, one-on-one in group settings, in the harshest of settings, during a pandemic, to have it characterized as talk therapy and individual worksheets. It is much more than that, and it occurs on a daily basis in all of our housing units. When an individual is referred to the intensive mental health unit, regardless of what contributed to that referral, there is a case review done, and it's done by, again, a multidisciplinary team that is led by behavioral health clinicians. It's not led by security professionals. It's not led by the warden. It's not led by my office, what have you. It's led by behavioral health clinicians, again, psychiatrists, psychologists, and others, master's level, everybody in between. And those clinical consultations then produce a recommendation for services. That recommendation may be one-on-one services in general population. It may be group services. It might be treatment plan that's specific to time in the administrative controls unit, or it may be recommended placement in the intensive mental health unit. And there are many residents who have been referred several different times and received several different case reviews and case consultations, including consultations outside of the Department of Corrections. Many times we consult with Riverview's clinical team, behavioral health team, their medical director, director of psychiatry, in order to inform those placement decisions. We have a finite set of resources across the entire state of Maine, and we use those resources for those who are most acutely, severely mentally ill, and then we provide behavioral health services for others who are needing it at whatever intensity level they're determined to need it at. The other thing that I think is important to note is that separate from the behavioral health conversation that's happening is, I think it's important that we ask ourselves, what level of violence and what behaviors towards staff are we willing to accept? Are we willing to accept repeated assaults towards staff? Are we willing to accept urine, feces, spit being thrown on staff? Are we willing to accept weapons being used to assault staff? Punching staff from behind in the face, kicking them on the ground, punching other residents, stabbing other residents. Those things have happened. Those things result in these placements, and those are not one-time situations. So if those are happening on a daily or weekly basis because the interventions have not worked, or we haven't had a time to stabilize an individual because their violence continues repeatedly over and over towards our staff, why are we being told we have to accept that? Why is that being an acceptable level of risk for our staff to take? Even if somebody's in restraints, they've thrown urine, feces, spit, hit, kicked, had weapons on them. So I think that's an important question that needs to be asked as we're having this conversation is, this shouldn't be a level of violence that's tolerated in our facilities. And because we intervene the way that we do, 1,575 men and women who make up 99.5% of our population are able to go about our facility interventions, education, and other access to services safely and securely because of how we intervene and how we handle these situations effectively. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thornell. I would like to call for a 15-minute break, just 10 minutes. What are people thinking? We could probably do it in 10. Okay, come back then at 12:40. How does that sound? Thank you.
I'm going to set up a Zoom, Shelley.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Hello? Hello?
All right, it looks like people are back. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Representative Pickett?
Yes, before we go any further, I've had contact with Sheriff Mason, who is still here, and he has told me that he would like to come back in. He has 2 or 3 other things that he would just like to get on the table from the MSA's point of view for us to be able to know before we vote. So if we could call him back in, please.
Great, he is here with us. And so we will definitely hear from the sheriff. Thank you, Representative Pickett. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some thoughts. I would like to hear from the sheriff as well. I've just got a couple more. We can hear from the sheriff and then I'll offer my thoughts.
Do you want to offer your amendment? I think everyone wants to always be speaking on the most recent amendment.
Sure. So just listening to everything, firstly, I think I'd like to keep the counties out of this for now. I don't think that, listening to what's happening in the jails, I don't think that's a piece that needs to be addressed in this bill. So hopefully that will alleviate some of the concerns of Sheriff Mason. So I want to leave the counties out. And then secondly, I don't think a study needs to be a part of this. I think if we're really trying to get some policy implemented and enacted, then there doesn't need to be a study piece. So I'd like to drop the study out of this amendment and also not have the counties included. So that's the amendment that I'd like to offer.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. And so as everybody knows, the DOC, reference to the DOC is in a different section than reference to the county jails. And so Representative Lookner has offered that the county jails will no longer be considered in this piece of legislation. Okay, so yes, Sheriff Mason, please.
Well, thank you very much. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew, that we as sheriffs implore you all to recognize that jails, we accept people off the streets. These people are a lot of times under the influence of some sort of substance. They do suffer from severe mental illness and health issues. And when they go to DOC, when they leave our custody, because they've sent us to DOC, they are somewhat stabilized. They are in a better, I guess, spot than they were than when they came. And, with the amendment, which Representative Luckner just said that we're kind of taken off the table with that one, we would need at least 3 sheriffs on that commission, because one size does not fit all. There are 3 different size jails in this state: small, medium, and large. And although we do things very similar and kind of the same basic stuff, the way we go about it, because of our size, is different. So those are 3 points that I just want everybody to know. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. And you're talking about the study commission, right? That portion. Thank you.
Right, it's
very end of the amendment.
yes, section 2, commission membership, where it says that the president of the main sheriffs would
Got
be
it.
on that. And that's where I kind of segued into how we're different, and that's just not going to work.
Right. Yes, agree. Thank you very much. And that also Representative Luckner is proposing currently to remove that portion of the bill as well.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions for the sheriff or questions for Representative Luckner and his amendment? Okay, so I know we have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion on the motion on the floor? And I believe the motion on the floor is ought not to pass still. Okay. Okay, then Deb, could we call the roll? Or could you call the roll? Thank you.
Certainly. So we are voting on motion ought not to pass. That's on the table from February 17th. Motion by Representative Pickett and seconded by Representative Rudnicki. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Warren votes no. Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Morales votes no. Representative Reckitt.
No.
Representative Reckitt votes no. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Luckner.
No.
Representative Luckner votes no. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway. He stepped away. So we'll get back to him. Senator DeChambeau is absent. So we're at 4 no, 5 yes, and 4 absent.
Great. Thank you very much, Deb. And, oh, yes, Jane, you need our. I would say that ours is exactly what Representative Luckner said. The only piece, did you get what Representative Luckner said?
Are we talking about today's amendment that he proposed today?
Yes.
Okay.
The only piece that we'd like to look at, and we don't need to do this now, but on the amendment that was screen shared, there was a little bit of a jumble of language just in section 4. I think it's the part you highlighted for us. You asked us to go back and look at. I would like to just call attention to, I think that needs to be cleaned up a bit. But we do support putting the mental health specialists from outside, or whatever that language was, from the outside, on that board as well. But we can do that at amendment review, but I just wanted to highlight that for you.
Okay, so the whole amendment applies only to the Department of Corrections, not to the jails,
Yes,
and the study commission is out.
is out, yes.
Okay.
And Representative Reckitt, did you have? Oops, you're on mute.
I just thought it had not been explained quite as well as Jane did in the last run here.
Great.
So I'm fine with it now.
Good, thank you. Okay, great. So thank you all. Oh yes, Richard, excuse me, Representative Pickett, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make a comment. I'm not saying it was intentional at all. That's not what I'm saying, but I just think that unfortunately in our work session, we allowed someone to come in to testify. And I know the testifying was it was emotional for the person, but you know, we have a clock on our testimony for 3 minutes, and the young man was here for quite some time. And I'm all for that, but I just hope in the future on something like that, if we have somebody up that we're reaching out to for that to be a part of our bill. And I don't know if Representative Lookner did or not, but maybe make sure that they know about it. And if they're going to testify, have them come in and testify at the public hearing. Because Jan and Dr. Thornell, they both are working in the prisons and stuff, and they had conflicting, not conflicting, but they had different, and that's kind of the things we do, and we all know that in a work session. But the young man came in and he testified, and rightfully so. He had every right to do it. But I just think in the future thing, especially something like this, it would really be good if we could get that in the public hearing. I think that would be the place to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. As far as I understand, Mr. Swain was just released from custody. So during the public hearing, his mom was here, but she shared with us that he was about to be released, but that he was still in DOC.
I remember her testimony and stuff. I don't know if they would have allowed him to testify from jail or not. I really don't know.
We've been trying to get the commissioner to allow folks to testify, especially while we've been on Zoom, and they refuse. So nobody is allowed, even though they have tablets and they do college courses and they do mental health, they do not allow them to testify.
So Foster is the only one that gets a chance to talk to the committee from there?
He has a chance to talk to the Judiciary Committee when they were specifically doing the deadly review panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's figure out together what we want to, we need to come back at 1. Obviously, folks need to have a break. Does 1:30 work for folks?
1:30, and then we'll dig right in.
Okay, great. Yes, Representative Pluker. Oh, we have yes, stigmatizing language. Yes, let's do that at 1:30, and then we'll start the budget, try to start the budget right after that. How's that sound? And today's just our first work session on the budget. We're not going to get this whole thing wrapped up today. So, so just to be clear, we'll take a couple of work sessions on that. Everyone good? Okay, so 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, it's 1:30. So
Representative Warren,
yeah,
do you know what a time frame is going to be for the end of the day?
I have to take
I've
my
just got
mother.
a couple of points.
Yes, I have to take my
Go
mother.
ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. I have to take my mother to an appointment at 3:30 today. So I need to be done
I
by
got
25. Yeah. Okay.
awesome. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, Jane. So, oh, whoops, it's Representative Pluker's bill. So let's give a second here.
What was the bill number on that?
Doesn't have a number.
I didn't think it,
was-
I didn't think it did, but I wasn't sure. And I didn't try to copy that down and have it in front of me because it was very lengthy. We're gonna have that by any chance in screen share? When he goes through it?
It is available for screen share.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, so let's get back to it and we'll start with Jane, who's been the one behind the scenes along with Representative Pluker and Ms. Courtney Allen working on this bill. And so this is the stigmatizing language, and Jane, feel free to take it away.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I don't control what happens here, but I'd like to suggest that we talk about this bill as a respectful language bill, because now we're into the solution phase. But it started with a stigmatizing language study.
Okay,
So-
thank you for that. No, I care very much about language, so
So
I will
that's-
use the proper language. And you're saying that I should call it the respectful language bill?
Well, that's just my suggestion. I think
love
that-
it.
I thought,
I'm totally
uh,
open to suggestion. Thank you.
So this bill draft from Representative Pluker, you will remember that there was a study done last fall on stigmatizing language in titles 22, 22A, 25, and 34A. And so the revisor's office was tasked with producing a document that included some changes to language, and they were given specific words that were identified really as stigmatizing, and specific words with which to replace those words. They were not given the authority to just look around or come up with some new ideas or pick some new words that need to be changed. They had a very specific responsibility. And they came up with a report, a draft of some language, which they were required to do. That depends on how I print it out, but it runs about 50 pages. And then they had an appendix in which they explained various problems that they ran into with language that they were not able to address because it didn't exactly fit the formula of what they were charged with doing. So Representative, you already received that report and had a briefing on it. Representative Pluker expressed some interest in coming up with a bill. And so he and Courtney Allen and Leo Hilton, and then I was pulled in to work with them, but really their direction about what needed to be done. And I apologize that it came to you as a marked up version with pencil writing on it, and that, you know, my writing is not always easy to read. I wish I had been able to give you a beautiful, clean copy with everything typed, but I can't do that. I want to explain the reason. The reason is that this document, the 50-page document, is already in the reviser's computer system because they did the report. So any changes from that, they need to be very clear where those changes are so that they don't miss some of them. And the way that to get that done is for the committee through me to submit the changes in pencil. Because if we retype any of it, they have to retype all 50 pages, which that would be ridiculous. So, so you have the handwritten, penciled in draft, and I apologize that it's hard to read and it doesn't look as professional, but it is our bow to technology. Representative Pluker is ready to talk to you about the actual draft and his process and what he's would like to see you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jane, for all your hard work over the last year plus on this. It is a big bill, but it's doing something which is just something very simple. Changing those few specific terms that we outlined and making them more respectful at the end of the day. We've already had a vote on the bill, and I don't know if I don't think as a committee we want to go through all 50 pages of changes, and doing that, we can kind of see that that was work that we gave to the revisers to do. The revisers, along with Jane and some other folks, have done it. And so I would suggest that we kind of try to move forward from here, taking a vote today if we feel comfortable with that, and sending the bill for formal drafting to the revisers and going directly to the floor instead of having another public hearing, because we've already did the public hearing last year.
I would second that really, although it is 50 pages and handwritten on, basically it's just the results of what we decided as a committee last year. There's no policy decision in there. It's all language decision. Representative Pickett.
Yes. Before we move forward, is Courtney with us?
Let me see over here. I do not believe that she is. I'm sure we could ask her to join, but I don't see her.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that that she might be here. So I had to step out on another phone call, and when the bill sponsor was speaking, and what is the posture we're in right now, or at least thinking of being in right now, to get me caught up?
So the proposal by Representative Pluker is that since we've seen what Jane and Courtney and Representative Pluker worked on, that we make a decision together today to send that copy down to revisers, so they actually are the ones that draft the bill and send it out to the floor.
Okay, and this this was the bill that Representative Pluker brought last session that we carried over, correctly, and it was from to have this study done, and then if they felt the need to take and bring back to us, so that we could then take and bring it and generate a bill from it, correct?
A little bit different than that. Yeah, Representative Pluker.
Right, I was gonna say slightly different. We voted to have the revisor's office do the analysis of the particular statutes, and they did the analysis, they did the recommended changes, and they've sent that language back to us. They had a few particular questions that they wanted us to kind of nail down on, and that's what Jane has been doing with some of the pencil markings on the on the report that we got back from the advisors in the time between sessions.
Okay, because I wasn't really sure where we were going and what we were going to do, with this today and stuff. And just to be 100% sure that the rest of my group is on board, if we could just take a 5-minute break, just and have a quick Zoom meeting with them, just so I know we're all on the same page.
Of course.
Okay, Shelley, would you please send a Zoom link?
Could I say one thing before we go to comments?
Yeah.
And then also on Jane's recommendation, we want to, if we do end up voting today to send it to the revisers for formal drafting, we also want to just send it to DOC and DHHS so that if they do have any last minute changes or things they want to query, we can handle that within language review.
Okay, thank you. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Just like a bad penny, we've returned.
Good.
Hey, look, I just, when everybody's ready, we do have a clarifying question we have before we decide what we're gonna do.
Great, that sounds good. And I'm sure if there are questions you need to ask of Courtney Allen, I meant to say before, we could try to get her here.
No, I just wanted to have her, I just wanted her to weigh in because I have a lot of respect for Courtney. She was on the subcommittee with commission with me as well. We worked over there and I just wanted to, once again, just ask her to share with us what her individual concerns were and why this was so important to her, so that we'd all be, because I think she's somebody who I don't think is just out to make something happen for the sake of making it happen. She's doing it for a reason. She's very concerned with people looking for jobs, housing, those kind of things like that. And that's the real issue there and stuff. So I just wanted to have her, if she would have been here, I was going to just have her speak to that.
Thank you for that. And I agree. And Deb has her hand up. Deb.
Courtney Allen did email for a link and I sent it to her, but she hasn't appeared yet.
If she does, we'll have her talk, but if she doesn't, that'll probably be okay. So I'm ready for the question to give to you anytime you're ready for it, Madam Chair.
Great, we are ready for it.
Okay, the only thing we want to know is, in the process we're doing, we're voting to send this down to the revisers to get the final copy of the bill, correct? The final draft of the bill. And the only thing my people want to know is it going to, once the final draft is done, is it going to come back to us before it goes out onto the House floor or the Senate floor?
Our suggestion is that it could do other thing, but our suggestion was, there is a complication though, isn't there? There's some weird complication that slows it way down unless it's reported directly to I remember Dan telling us about this. Jane, could you answer this question?
Okay. Earlier in the session, there was a delay in bills being, committee bills being referred back to the committee for a public hearing because you weren't in session very often. But that problem has solved itself because you are now in session more often.
So can revisers send it up to us for a look-see before it goes to the floor?
Yes, we could do a language review on it right before it gets printed.
Yeah, just that would be, my people would really like to have that happen. We definitely want it to be dealt with, but we just want to be 100% sure before we give it our go that we know what's going on.
I think that sounds great. Jane.
Yeah, there's just a few things that I would bring to your attention, and that is at the almost end of this long bill on page 51, there is a note that was sort of a note from me to myself to check with the Attorney General's office on whether the interstate compact on detainers can be, whether the legislation that we have in here that addresses that interstate compact, whether we can, in our legislation that implements that compact, whether we can change a word, such as prisoner. So sometimes it depends on the interstate compact. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
So if we can change it, my understanding is that if you vote for this, you want it changed, and I will do that. But that's the kind of issue that I need to check with the AG's office on. And the only other thing I would say is that the very end of the bill, there's a new section that requires the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Corrections, and Department of Public Safety to amend their rules, policies, procedures, and forms to conform to this new respectful language. And they cannot do that before the language in the statute changes, but my understanding that this particular piece, although it looks little, was extremely important to the advocates for this. And Courtney, I'm sure would love to speak to that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that based on the fact that the Attorney General's office and that issue there that stuff all needs to be straightened out. So when we get the final draft, we can get it out and get it where it's got to go. But I know my party would feel my caucus would feel much more comfortable if we just get that taken care of, get it back to us, and then take a look at it, and then come in and do what we have to do with it. But if Courtney is here, I would love to hear her speak to that and speak to why this bill is so important to her.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Allen. And did you get a chance to hear what Representative Pickett's question is?
I have not. I just want to say thank you, Representative Pickett, for asking me to come in. I apologize about my office and my attire. I was not expecting to be in front of your committee today. But if you want to repeat your question, I guess I probably can answer it.
Right. I just thought it was important for us as a full caucus and full committee actually to be able to hear. I know how this issue is very near and dear to your heart, and I just would like to have us just again summarize why this is so important to you as an individual and representing and advocating for people who are trying to get housing, get job interviews, and that kind of why this is so important.
Yeah, and so around the language and how we talk about people who are maybe experiencing substance use disorder. Yeah,
Right.
So the intention of this bill, this was one of the bills that the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project prioritized last session, and we got the resolve over to the revisor's office. And really simply, the reason why we thought this bill was so important is because it really sets the stage for how we're going to humanize how we talk about people who are impacted by all of the different systems, whether that's the criminal justice system or substance use disorder or other systems and people who experience in those things. It also was really a commitment to the Department of Corrections and the works that they have done in the department to change their language. That's how the idea really came along. We saw what the Department of Corrections was doing and really wanted to follow suit with them by applying the work that they had done with the Language Matters campaign to the statute. And so that's where the idea came from. We worked in collaboration with them and all of you to get it to the revisor's office. And that's kind of how we came to this today. And also the research tells us that the way we talk about people actually does matter. So it's something called connotations. So when I say a word, say I say banana, for each one of us are going to think of a word in our brain. And that's our connotation, the word that attaches to the other word. So when I say the word addict, I do a lot of trainings around language, and I'll have people tell me the first word that comes to their brain when I say the word addict. And the things that we hear is that they are saying things like junkie or not good enough or living underneath a bridge, and just these really tough ways that we're thinking about it. And it's kind of like ingrained into our systems because of the way that media has worked over a long period of time and just the way that we've come to understand substance use disorder. Versus when I say the word person in those kind of trainings, we hear things like mom or daughter, or really these humanizing explanations of what we're talking about. So when we use person in the beginning of something, we give people the opportunity to think about what we're talking about differently. And I think that this bill really gives us an opportunity to ingrain what we know about language and how it causes people to react differently in our Maine statutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Courtney. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And was there a certain part of the bill that your caucus was particularly?
No, we just wanted to be sure that it went down to the revisers, the changes are made in the final drafts of the bill, so we can do a language review on it and then ship it so where it's got to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Any other questions or comments? And is this, yes, Jane?
I just wanted to ask if Representative Pluker or anyone else was suggesting a title for this bill.
What was your title, Jane? What you said this morning?
Oh, we talked over an act regarding respectful language in corrections. But that was just an idea.
I think in statute, because we are dealing with not just correction statute, but
Right,
also.
I'm gonna say that, yeah, where we're dealing with all over not, it isn't just for corrections.
Uh-huh.
What we kind of call it on the ground is person first language. So maybe
Yeah.
an act regarding person first language in statute.
Works for me.
Yep.
Works for me. Great. And Jane, is there some sort of motion that needs to be made?
Yes, you need to make a motion to report out a bill called this and with this substance.
Great. Representative Pluker, would you do the honors?
Yes, I move that we move this bill out with this title and this substance to the revised office for formal drafting and presentation back to the committee before going on to the full floor.
I would second that.
Great, thank you. And any questions on the motion before we have Deb call the roll? Seeing none, thank you. Take it away, Deb.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki votes, oh, you need to have your camera on, sorry, Representative. Your
Sorry,
vote?
no.
Representative Rudnicki votes no. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
I'm a no.
Senator Searway votes no. Senator DeChambeau is absent. That's 2 no votes and 8 yes votes with, oh wait, no, 9 yes votes, 2 absent. Is that right?
And the way this comes out, because it comes, excuse me, Madam Chair, the way this comes out, I need a position statement from the no votes. Is it just a ought not to pass?
Ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the concept is good. I just don't, I question how this all will work as far as describing things in statute. So that's why I'm not to pass. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we're done with that. So now, thank you, Courtney. Now we are on to the budget conversations. And how about this? May I suggest that since we have a bit of, well, I guess it depends on who's here. It looks like both Commissioner Stoschuk, Deputy Commissioner Coates. Okay, looks like everybody's here. I'm pretty open to where we start. So anybody have any desires on where we start the budget today?
The DOC, I think, is probably the smaller portion of what we have to do, but I don't know whether, but if Commissioner Sawcheck has got something he has to be doing, whatever they decide between the two commissioners is fine with me.
Okay, yeah, Jane.
There's something even smaller, and that is the MEMA portion. And there is somebody here from MEMA ready
Oh.
to talk to you.
Oh, yes, of course. How about we do that first, everyone? Does that sound good? Get that squared away? Okay, I'm seeing some nodding heads. Yes, yes, Representative Fluker.
Could we just have the template that we're working off of resent to us at the top of our inbox?
Yes, good. And Jane, Representative Fluker just reminded me. Can what is sent to us be the vote? Is it the vote sheets or whatever you can do at this point, I guess? I remember this being a very confusing process.
I know. I agree.
But whatever you've got, if you'd send it to us, and if we could bring in Mr. Legee, we can get started on MEMA. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for being here with us.
Sure thing.
We're going to take your portion of the budget first. And does it make sense for folks if we also do a screen share at this point so we can look at, okay, Deb, if you could share with us the MEMA portion of the budget.
I'll need that at the top of my inbox too. Or do I have it? Thanks, Jane.
Okay, Deb, if you could scroll down to page 9.
Looks like that's all I've got.
No,
Yeah, mine won't scroll either. So
it won't go sideways.
That's it. It's 2 pages.
Okay. Sorry, let me start over.
Is this it?
Yes, that's the document. So you'll want to go to page 9.
Yep.
There it is. Oh, nope. Sorry.
That's it. And that's the entire MEMA supplemental budget right there.
All right, sir, you can take it away. Thank you for your patience with us.
Yeah, no worries. So, excuse my ignorance of kind of the work session. How does, what are you guys looking for in terms of, I know we've done the testimony piece. Do you want kind of just a general description of what we're looking for here in this initiative?
there weren't any specific questions, but it looks like Representative Pickett does have a question. So, and then if you had anything to add, this would also be the time for you to do that. But how
Okay.
about we start with Representative Pickett?
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner. I just, this is a reclass of one planning and research associate position to a research and associate 2 position. Is this assigning somebody who is working with another part of the state government into your agency? Is that what this is?
No, this is a reclass for an existing MEMA employee from actually currently a planning and research associate 1 position to an emergency response training coordinator position. The reason for the planning and research associate 2 kind of discrepancy there is when it went through the final approval process through HR, they determined that instead of being a reclass from a planning and research associate 1 to a 2, that it would be more appropriate from a planning and research associate 1 to an emergency response training coordinator.
Okay, so that's why, because of the reclass in the position, that's why the additional pay?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Morales. Oh, you're on mute, Representative. Oh, it looks like you're still on mute.
Oh,
There you
whoops.
go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Deputy Commissioner, I was wondering, I received a memo from your office about the coordination efforts that MEMA is doing around the homelessness crisis right now. And as we all know, it's probably going to extend quite some time as we have, 6,000 people experiencing homelessness in Maine, and many of them in overflow shelters in motels, which likely will go away once tourist season starts. And so I'm just wondering why we're not seeing any support that your staff and your organizations are needing from us to fund in order to provide that statewide coordination.
So I suppose to answer that, I provided some written briefing material kind of on the work that we are doing in the areas of homelessness and in kind of some of the more specific refugee situations. So we've been working with the city of Portland and Maine State Housing Authority and DHHS over the last 2 years, really specifically during COVID-19 to address some of those issues. A lot of it stemming from the inability to use congregate sheltering solutions and the need to use really non-congregate sheltering solutions. So we do have a couple staff members, really one of one at the agency that do mass care coordination, and another staff member that does that's really an expert in donations management. And we've provided technical expertise for both those staff members in support of those state and some of the local partners. And then on the other hand, we've provided a lot of grants management support. We've passed through quite a bit of funds from FEMA as a result of the COVID-19 major disaster declaration. So a lot of just making sure that there's a waiver in place through DHHS to support non-congregate sheltering activities, extending that waiver kind of month after month, and then working in kind of meetings to make sure that those organizations kind of working with them on transitional housing plans. So I'd say from a planning standpoint, we have been engaged over the last couple of years and continue to be engaged with those partners at the state level, the local level, and then with our county partners at Cumberland County in particular.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And so I guess what you're saying is that you feel comfortable with the staff membership that you have. I think you said you have 2 staff devoted to coordinating statewide efforts, that is sufficient from a MEMA standpoint to address the crisis?
From a kind of where our role engages, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? concerning this portion of the budget? Okay. Anything else that we should know at this point?
If that's directed at me, I can definitely answer.
Please, yes.
Sure. No, this is a really important staff position for us. It's been a reclass long in the making for this individual and for this position. From a planning and research associate one, really early on and now to an emergency response training coordinator. It's a really key position. We're a small agency, only 30 staff members. And this position's really the only administrator within our dam safety program. Really important program, only 3 staff members total. This individual does a significant amount of work around training, working with dam owners and dam operators to make sure that they have emergency action plans and that they're training and exercising those emergency action plans. So we're happy to see this in the supplemental and we look forward to seeing it move forward.
Great, thank you so much. Unless anybody else has questions, I'd entertain a motion to move this in.
I'll second.
Would you make the motion, Representative Lookner?
Yeah, I motion that we move this portion of the budget in.
Great, great, thank you. Just so that the deputy commissioner doesn't have to come back and be with us again, why not get this one taken care of today? And remind me, Jane, we don't have to do a roll call on every single one of these, do we? Let's get this one done.
It's up to you. When we have a group of them, often we do it as a group, but this one's freestanding, sure.
Let's get it done, and then Deputy Commissioner Legee doesn't have to be here again. Deb, could you call the roll for us on this motion?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, can you turn your camera on?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau is absent. That's 11 yes votes.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Okay, take care. And Jane, I did remember what the sheets that I thought would be more helpful. So the next time we do, can we have the vote sheets?
Yes.
Because those will be the ones that Senator DeChambeau and I need to present back to AFA. So it's better if I write all of my notes in one place for everybody involved. Okay, so I heard that folks want to go to corrections next. And you have that, Deb. So if you want to start screen sharing that portion, which I can tell you what page. Maybe 8. Great. And I know we have Commissioner Liberty and Deputy Commissioner Thornell here to bring in. And also Jane, I know there were a bunch of questions, or I thought there were. Could you provide to us information that you've received or update us as to where we are?
Well, you did get some questions answered this morning from the department, and I sent them out to you somewhere around 9 o'clock. And Deb has them for screen sharing but you can't really screen share two different documents at once. So I don't know how you want to proceed.
Deb, do you have those documents on screen sharing, and can you share those documents instead of this one temporarily?
I can, I just need the name of it.
Well, it was probably called budget. It probably came in around 9 o'clock.
I have supplemental budget testimony, supplemental budget package.
I've got a budget info from DOC on mine
Yeah.
at 9:09 a.m.
Want me to send it at the end?
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Too many emails.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please, welcome. Thank you for
Thank you.
being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document you're looking at now is related to the expenditures that have happened, been appropriated and have occurred in this fiscal year at Long Creek. And this is the approximate $4.1 million that we spend in the community in wraparound services, in diversion, and in transition back. And there's a list there as you travel down that document. You'll see the many wide-ranging nonprofits that are doing great work in the community in those monies.
Okay, so this is monies that have been spent out, and the date is starting July 1st of 2021?
Yes, that's correct. And there are two columns there indicated what's been appropriated and what's been spent year to date. You can see how that's being consumed. This is one of the documents that we're looking at with one of the technical assistance groups to see if these are the areas where the money needs to be spent, if they're underspent for any particular reason. As we've indicated before, as we know, there are staffing issues in all the sectors in the state of Maine, and so some of them are underspent due to staffing, etc. But this is the 4.1 that we're currently spending in the communities, and you can see how those are being drawn down. In addition to this, last session we had, under the Brennan bill, we had appropriated $1.2 million for additional monies. We reduced our staffing by 14 positions. We converted that into monies to be used in transitional and diversionary spending in the community. Thus far, we have spent $50,000 on the Young People's Caucus. We've spent an additional youth advocacy program. We spent $383,000 there, and for a total of about $465,000 of money spent. And we have about $750,000 remaining. And again, we're using the survey that was put out to stakeholders, and we're using the technical assistance groups to decide where those additional monies go into the community with those eliminated positions. there's some questions surrounding that, where we're spending our monies in the community and how much we've spent thus far. And I hope that document provides clarity to that.
Thank you so much. Deb, could you scroll up again? The additional monies that you just mentioned, are they in there as well?
I think,
youth
I
advocacy.
don't know if they're in this particular document.
Okay. If you can provide us everything to date.
Yes.
So anything that's being spent, please put that, we'd like to have that in writing, not these are the things in writing and oh, there's this additional that we're going to tell you about. Could
Yes.
we please have the total before the next work session of everything?
I'll ensure that as part of this document you're looking at, okay?
That would be very helpful to us. Thank you. And we have a question from Representative Morales, followed by a question from Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Are these any of these fee for services, or are these all grants?
I think it's a combination of that, depending on the circumstance. And so I think that's why you'll find some of those haven't been drawn down as quickly as others because of staffing and possibly need. So it's a combination of both of those.
Okay, could we receive a sort of a delineation at the next work session on this of which ones are fee for services and which ones are grants?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. My question has to do with the detention alternatives. How many youth are housed through those services? And are those youth who otherwise would have been at Long Creek?
Are you talking about thank you, Representative. That's a good question. Are you talking about the former Bearings and Steps residences? Is it specifically, is that what you're speaking to?
I was just looking right up here at the detention alternatives. And it says, different providers, New Beginnings, Shaw House, Preble Street, and Tree Street.
Yes, okay. I'll get that information for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That reminds me, we've been trying to schedule, Jane, have we scheduled, so statutorily, there's supposed to be a report in person February 15th. That was canceled on March 2nd. Is that happening this Thursday?
You're talking about the KKK4 report?
Yes.
We invited the department. They were able to come, but Representative Brennan, I think wanted to be involved, and he's not available until the 16th.
So Friday is our last day that we are authorized to meet in committee. So I'm sorry that Representative Brennan is unable. Can he maybe call in? I mean, we need to get this report because we're reporting out a couple of, specific bills based on that. So let's see if Representative Brennan can call in, and I'd really like to get this while our committee is still authorized to meet.
Okay, so you want to schedule the KKK4 report for the 10th?
I'd like to do it for Friday, but I think we're already so jammed on Friday.
It's up to you. When is the department available both Thursday and Friday?
Yes, we are. We'll make ourselves available. And Madam Chair, if I may, I believe Representative Brennan is traveling. He's out of state. And so I'm not certain of his availability.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's talk about that. I mean, I don't see any other way to accommodate it, right? I mean, we're going to hope that we get some permission to meet after Friday, but I don't know about everyone else, but I'm ready to wrap this up. And so Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, let's make sure I'm not ahead of ourselves here. I wanted to ask the commissioner, because I believe based on what I'm reading on the budget, because I have some questions for him. Is this the right time to be doing it?
Yes, it is, of course.
Okay.
And would you like us to screen share the budget? So everybody can
Well,
see
if
what
you're
we're
looking
at?
under the administration corrections 0141 is the number.
Mhm.
So I just have a couple of questions, Commissioner. It says here that it's one-time funding for lapel cameras and then provides funding for technology cost increases. Can you tell me why we didn't use some of our, some of all this extra money we got instead of going back and getting this out of the general fund this year? I have a personal issue with putting a 2-year budget together that we did that was done last year, and then coming back in the second year asking for more money. I'm not saying these things aren't needed. I'm just wondering, one-time funding that it gets added to the general fund. I do have a little bit of a problem with doing this now. So if you could explain that to me, I would appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Representative. As we talk about the lapel cameras, that was a $500,000 expense. It is a best practice for law enforcement and corrections to have those cameras, which accurately depict and record serious incidents. And we've had good success in recording incidents that have occurred. And it helps us with a review process following any sort of an incident. We were able to obtain all but the $239,000 that we're requesting through a grant. And so we're able to offset that nearly in half. Since we prepared the biennium, the lapel cameras that we have are failing. The cloud no longer supports it. The company reached out to us and said that they would no longer support the technology of those lapel cameras. And so now we're in a situation where it's best for us to purchase these to be able to record and hold those both working for us and those in our care accountable for circumstances.
Okay, thank you. This wasn't something that you knew about at the biennium. This was just something that has come up more recently.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about these pieces that are presented to us in the supplemental? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. So in that same line at 0141, the funding for technology cost increases, that would be the new program that would support the lapel cameras that you're planning on purchasing.
Representative, if you're speaking to the $979,000, there was a OIT bill that came to us. There's a significant increase in cost. We put that in the biennium and it wasn't included, but we do need that $79,000 to cover OIT expenses, which I believe we have a total of a $1.3 million revenue need there, and all but that amount is covered.
I'm glad to hear that, because I thought for the lapel cameras it was a little high. So that's good. That's good to know. But so you had that in the biennium budget and it didn't get, and what did it do? Get left on the table?
Yes, I believe it wasn't included for whatever reason. I'm not sure where it was lost in the process. But again, we have no control over that expenditure. OIT bills us for their services, and that was an increase of that amount.
Okay, thank you.
And if there aren't any more questions, yes, Representative Rudnicki.
Commissioner, that's an ongoing amount that Representative Pickett just mentioned? Because it looks like in the following year you have another 900,000 for it.
That's an ongoing expenditure.
Okay, it is an ongoing one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And seeing no more hands right now, let's now please, Deb, go to the email that the document that you did screen share was attached to. It has the rest of our questions. that we asked the day of the public hearing. So while Deb is grabbing that for screen share, let's do book Thursday at 10 for the KKK Section 4 update concerning from the last year's budget. I think we need to get that taken care of. And I'm hoping that wherever Representative Brennan is in the country, there is a phone line that he can call in, and I'll text him when I have a chance after this.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
I need clear directions on that.
Okay, there's an email from Anna Black at 9:04 or something this morning, or from Jane. I guess it's from Jane. And it says budget info from DOC.
Got it.
And in that email, Anna answers a bunch of the questions that we had.
Okay, just a sec.
Thank you. And I don't know who wants to walk us through this. Jane, if you want to walk us through the questions you asked, or Commissioner Liberty, if you'd like to walk us through.
Sure, I can walk you through, Madam Chair. So as we talked about Long Creek Youth Development Center, there were questions surrounding our ask to be able to convert personal services into all other. As we have vacancies at Long Creek, this provides the opportunity for us as new language to convert those overages and personal services into all other, which allows us to expend those funds in the community in diversion and in transition to assist any of the programs we've previously seen or any new programs that are determined necessary. It would also help us to establish any of the community-based residents we're establishing. And we currently, that amount for this fiscal year is projected to be about $2 million that we'll be able to roll back into the communities as a result of the shortages in personnel currently at Long Creek.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee about question 1? And Representative Rudnicki, is that an old hand or, okay. Representative Lookner. Okay, Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm wondering if the provision here makes clear that these positions that are not filled stay within the juvenile services, or would they be allowed to be used by the adult correctional services?
They will only be used for the juvenile services, staying within that budget, as we'd indicated with the the wraparound services in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, so once they go into all other, can they come back into personal at your own discretion, or would you need to come back to the legislature to get that approved?
I'd have to come back to the legislature for them to convert back and forth. I'm getting a head nod from Dr. Thornell, so I stand corrected. Dr. Thornell?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. Ryan Thornell, Deputy Commissioner. So the language that we are requesting to have implemented is for this biennial budget, and it is for the ability at the end of every fiscal year where we have personal services savings due to vacancies, that we're able to take that savings amount and roll that into all other for use for contracts and services for community juvenile services. That does not convert the actual position into all other money. It only converts the savings amount from that vacancy into all other. So when we go into the next fiscal year, those positions all still remain, and then the savings amount would start over. So every fiscal year, at the end of the year, we have personal services savings because our vacancy rate runs so high. The current language within the Department of Corrections budget overall, takes that money at the end of the year, the savings amount due to vacancies, and puts it into our capital improvement budget as a department. So what we are asking to do here is, rather than have personal services savings money from Long Creek go into our capital improvement budget, we are asking for the authority through a financial order process, which gets approved by the governor, to take that savings amount and use it in all other funding to contract for services in the community. So every single year that process renews itself, and we would have to come back every biennial budget to have this language renewed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That makes sense. So the positions they're not going away. They would come back the next year unless specific action was taken.
That's correct, Representative.
And then follow up on the capital improvement budget. How is that? I know there's been unexpected, capital needs at Long Creek this year. How is that budget looking for this currently?
Commissioner, would you like me to answer that?
I've got that. So currently for the whole department, we're at about $7 million in our capital fund. And that's a department-wide resource for all the facilities.
I guess so, but that's sufficient for the needs that you have at Long Creek currently.
Yes, we're okay for capital services at Long Creek. Yes.
And I guess another clarifying question, Madam Chair.
Please.
So the capital improvement budget, does that carry over from year to year, or if it goes unspent, is that lost?
It carries over.
Oh, okay.
It gives us the freedom not to continue to go to the legislature for capital improvements for anything you can imagine, and we're able to maintain our facilities with that fund.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions about that first item number 1? And Representative Morales, is that an old hand? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then how about we tackle question number 2 asked from the committee?
And for number 2, it discusses the functionality and purpose of the body cameras. And as you're aware, locally and in the state of Maine, nationally, it's best practice for officers, both law enforcement officers and corrections officers, to wear body cameras to accurately depict serious incidents. And we've been using them since 2015. And we've had great success, I think, in as part of our review process for any sort of incident, not only in use of force, but any sort of occurrence where we have to review. It's been very, very successful. As you can see with the information I provided, in between 2013 and 15, 50% of the allegations were substantiated, and that dropped to 36 once we started to use the cameras. And since we've had the cameras in 2015, lapel cameras, there have been no substantiated allegations of excessive use of force. So it's really an accountability for the officers. It gives that credibility to any of our investigations. Not only do we have the cameras above, but we also have the lapel cameras, which not only record video, but also audio. So we get the true sense of the incident that has occurred. And I think serves as a good deterrent for misbehavior on the behalf of the staff and of the residents.
And when is that made available to folks that have oversight or folks that are citing civil rights cases against how is that also used to protect residents when there are outside investigations? Who's that made available to?
That's all the part of the discovery and determining if it causes an operational sort of a concern. But certainly it's available to those individuals during suits and other allegations.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions from the committee for number 2 here? Okay, great. Thank you. Seeing no more. And is there a question number 3, Deb, that we need to be concerned with? Okay.
And so question number 3 relates to the reduction in funding in the budget in the amount of $150,000. And this is a part of a collaboration between DOC and the Maine Coalition to Reduce Domestic Violence. And you may recall that this committee passed out of committee the ability to fund that in LD 1491 and funded that position. So it hasn't gone unfunded. That's just the grant has expired and would be more appropriate to eliminate that in the budget.
Okay. So the legislature has now funded the work, the grant has expired, and this movement in the budget just illustrates that. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Galgay-Reckett has a question or a comment. You're on mute, Representative.
Yeah, just a quick question. And I hate to show that everybody looks to me on domestic violence stuff, and I'm looking at this and saying, did the coalition change their name? Which, so it's no longer the Coalition to End Domestic Violence. It's now called the Maine Coalition to Reduce Domestic Violence in Maine. Is that
I
true?
am not certain, Representative. I would defer to you.
Great. I don't work for them, but neither does any family member of mine. But I'm trying to figure out, I'm sure somebody, I think Andrea's on this Zoom, Mancuso, so she may well send me a text and say, yes, we did, or no, we didn't. So that would be fine. I don't need to have a big deal about it. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item number 3? Okay, great. Deb, thank you. I think we're all good with the screen share. Thank you very much. So here's my proposal for this. Since we know we've got to come back and get more information here, we have more information to gather. We've scheduled now the report back from last year's budget for Thursday. Unless there are any more questions from for the DOC today, I'd like to use our remaining half an hour or so to check in with Commissioner Sawchuk and Deputy Commissioner Coates, get that started, see what kind of information we're going to need from them, because we're going to need more time to work with them as well. So we might as well get that going. Commissioner Liberty or Deputy Commissioner Thornell, anything else you need for us to know today?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you both for being here. And it's my thinking that we'll get that report from you all and then get back to this budget after that. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Good afternoon, Commissioner Sawchuk and Deputy Commissioner Coates. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Hello.
Hello. And we had questions, remind me, Jane. We also had a bunch of questions for Commissioner Sawchuk. Should that be our place to start as well?
I will also say, Representative, if you don't mind, that we were scheduled also to be in front of AFA for the VLA General Gambling Control Unit at 3.
Oh.
Probably what's going to happen. And that happened after I think you had set your schedule. So I think what's going to happen is that Kendra will jump over to that one, kind of keep an eye on it. If they kick off on time, and I'm not sure where they are, then she'll just come back to me and say, hey, we're going in 2 minutes or something. If that's okay, not to be rude.
Of course.
I'd love to stay with you as long as I can and try to get some homework and try to explain what we got if that's okay.
Of course. No, that makes total sense that you really need to be there. So let's see what we can get going. And for this committee, as you know, they had a couple of late nights on Thursday and Friday. So I'm sure folks aren't going to mind if we end a few minutes early today. So when you get pulled away, we'll come back at it. And could you plan on also being with us on Thursday afternoon, the 10th, this Thursday? That would be wonderful. Thank you. All right, great. So Deb or Jane, I don't know how we want to do this, or if Commissioner, you just want to start responding to questions you got, however you guys want to do it is fine with us. Jane, yes.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say that I did get a mailing from Kendra Coates this morning about 10:30. So I would have forwarded that to you all immediately after that. So they did provide answers to the questions that were sent to them.
Great, thank you. Could you quickly, well, I don't mean to say quickly, but could you please forward that to Deb so that she could do a screen share with us?
I think she has it already.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So is it the email questions you want? There's a bunch of documents on that email as well.
I think probably start us off with the email questions, and then we'll take a look at the documents and the commissioner can walk us through. Thank you, Deb. Great. So the first thing is the questions about the program, the behavioral health coordinator positions.
Yeah, and I think Deb, if it's okay, that if you look at the attachments, it says CJPS info request.
Mm-hmm.
That should be the answer to the questions, and then we can get into the attachments if that's okay.
I think I'll have to switch documents.
There we go. So these answers will coordinate better with the full attachments when it comes to a job description and things like that. But the blue is obviously our answers to questions 5, 6, 7, and 8 that were sent along to us and greatly appreciated by Jane. Some of those attachments are lengthy. Representative Morales had asked about a couple reports which we've attached. Just thinking that I'm not sure the committee has seen the reports themselves, nor would you have time to read 3 or 4 40 pagers, but at least you'll have them. And I've taken a look at them and I'm happy to dive into those as well. So if you want me to kind of brief you out a little bit. So number 5 is specific to the behavioral health liaison positions. As I had mentioned during the public hearing, that when you look at that, we found behavioral health program coordinators as the closest job description that's out there, that's currently in the system. I've also corresponded with Catherine Couto, who runs through the Office of Behavioral Health, who runs the options program, because I thought maybe they'd have a tighter job description, something that would make a little bit more sense specific to liaison roles. And Catherine was excited that we had put this request in and was happy to get us the job description. I just don't have it yet. So the behavioral health coordinator position job description is attached for your review. And I think Representative Lookner had asked some good questions, and I think I answered them during the public hearing about, who would call or assign that person. That could be dispatch. It could be a request from a trooper. It could be self-assigned. It could be one of their partners in the community reaching out to say, hey, this individual lives in your area. Would you mind stopping by and saying hello? And kind of this is the background. So traditionally with these liaison roles, the referrals really come from anywhere. From real-time dispatch, there's a crisis situation coming in, to a long list of referrals that they may have, and they may have rather. There was an overdose last night. We want to follow up on it today. So there's a bunch of different options there.
Great. It looks like we have a couple questions, Commissioner. So I'm going to go to Representative Galgay-Reckitt, then Senator Searway, and then Representative Lookner, please.
Error. I'll get my hand down. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I just got a question on these behavioral positions. In law enforcement, I know the times have changed, but when I was on the road, once in a while, we had to call crisis and they would come out, evaluate the person or find placement for them and whatever. And why would they not put the money towards behavioral, to crisis or whatever, instead of through the state police or public safety? So I'm just thinking, if you went, we'll just say 211, they gave you the number to call crisis and you talk to them, and it seems like that would be the simple way, but I'm just trying to find out what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Senator. I do think that actually the more simple way that I found in my career is actually have those liaison positions in-house. So you're not working through somebody else's system. You're not calling a 1-800 number and hoping that you get the right outreach worker that you've worked with before, or you think that we'd be a good fit here. The trust and relationships that you have and that you build when you have somebody that actually works with you every day. As a co-responder, they have a radio, they have a car, they have a call sign. You are actively talking to that individual. And that means you can make direct referrals to them. And you know the work that happens in hallways and roll call rooms and the relationships that you build there. You're getting a direct call from Mike, who you've worked with for 10 years, saying, hey, this is the deal, this is the situation, and you get a chance to work through that. I think mobile crisis and all those other assets are great. This isn't an either or scenario, but I think co-responders, liaison roles are clearly a national best practice. They've been very, very effective to coincide with mobile crisis and other things, depending on where you live and what access you have to those resources. You have a liaison that's assigned to Troop A in Alfred. You know who you're going to call when that individual is working during a certain time frame. You know you can bounce things off them. Again, it's not just a different number to a different organization, if that's helpful at all.
Well, it is. I mean, because we always had kind of a go-to person that with Kennebec County as well. We had, Bill Tanner years ago, and then we had a few others that just as we went through, we could contact them but yeah, I get what you're talking about, but it seems like it's almost doubling the force, and I don't know if that's true or not, but I just didn't know if there was. It seems like it's quite expensive, but
yeah, and I don't look at it as doubling the force, Senator, but I do appreciate where you're coming from. I think when you talk to the agencies that have these throughout the state, they rave about it, right? It's an amazing resource to have at your fingertips to work with every day. And I was spoiled coming into the mid 90s to have a liaison role every single second of my career. There was a liaison working on behalf of the Portland Police Department. And that was actually enhanced all the way up to 3 or 4 at any given time, and master's level interns that were on top of that. And I can tell you, as somebody that spoke about this particular program nationally for years, I went to Boston PD as an example and talked to their commissioner, and they had one liaison for the city of Boston. Wow. Right, working with their law enforcement officers, while 66,000 people in Portland had 3, and you needed more than that. I'm coming from a perspective of having lived with them, and always wanting more because how effective they were in the community helping people. So that's the lens I'm looking at this through.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. My question was just in part answered, but I was thinking, does DPS ever contract in the community for these sorts of liaisons, like with agencies that have this expertise? Is that something that DPS has ever considered? And might that be a more appropriate way to go about doing this?
Well, I will tell you, sir, that as an example, the options program does go through local agencies, but they're embedded with the law enforcement agencies themselves. So the money, we're giving money to an agency rather than having somebody internal. So I'm not sure it's the same thing, if that's the question that you're asking me. I do say that as an example, which I discussed the other day, the Opportunity Alliance has been funding a position at your police department for decades at this point, and as well as City of Portland employees. And the reason that we brought or transitioned over to actual Portland Police Department employees is because the information sharing was smoother. The processes were a lot smoother if you weren't going through a contractor, if you will. I will also say TOA has been an amazing partner since the very beginning. And it's an amazing organization across the board. But we did think it was beneficial to have some folks in-house to include the behavioral health coordinator overseeing those other liaisons. It just made a lot of sense to us, and it was very effective.
Okay, I understand. What's in TOA? What was that again?
The Opportunity Alliance.
Okay, and that's just in the city of Portland.
No, TOA is actually a statewide organization that actually deals with a lot of the mobile crisis resources that are out there. I think the crisis line itself is something that they're contracted to provide.
Okay, I see. And they just have one liaison with the state, with DPS?
That's not a DPS position. That's a Portland Police Department position. They may be contracted with other communities. And when we look at options, I'm not sure who the various contractors are in the various counties. They may have a piece of that. I don't want to give you bad scoop there, because there are major contractors that deal with some of those communities. I just don't know if TOA happens to be one of them.
Okay, I'd be interested to know exactly like who those contractors are and what those positions.
For options contractors.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
So one of the, what did you include, and you can just answer it here, what the salary rate will be for these behavioral health coordinator positions?
We did provide that job description, and my understanding is that that's on there.
Okay.
But
so
I will make sure I check on that, Representative, if it's not on there. We sent I think it's a page and a half or something of the basic template that the state utilizes.
Great, that'll be really helpful. I'll take a look at all that material before our next work session. Definitely. So obviously, I'm going to give you the opportunity to convince me. And I'm somebody that I'm going to keep my ears completely open about this and try to be open about this. But I think I've shared with you in the public hearing the other day what my concerns are. So I just want to say that right out from the front. And so that's why for me, the salary level is something that I'm very interested in, because our behavioral health continuum at every level of Mainer, whether you are a child or you are a person who is at the end of their lifespan, our behavioral health system has absolutely fallen apart. And that's why we see it in multiple different places. And so what I worry about is if in the mental health system, folks are making $32,000 a year doing mental health work, and we're already struggling so much to get people. I mean, places are closing. If you think about the Opportunity Alliance, Joe's a good friend of mine. They have over 100 vacancies. And that is all about reimbursement rates. It's about we don't pay people enough. So what I'm really worried about is then, here we go, and now the state police are coming along and they're saying, we're going to hire these 8 people and we're going to now pay them this amount. We're not building a system. We're now taking away from a place that's already really struggling. So we aren't doing anything to increase capacity. So that's why I keep asking the question about salary. And the other thing that I just heard you say when you started talking about the behavioral health positions is you said, I reached out to the options program. I asked them for the position description that they had, and the Office of Behavioral Health, they were so happy to hear we had put this in the budget. And that to me underscores my worries. You mean you put this in the budget and the Office of Behavioral Health didn't know yet? That says to me that exactly what I'm afraid of. We continue with these silos. You mean the office that's responsible for behavioral health didn't even know that you're asking for these positions? So that's a lot. Again, I promise to keep an open mind and an open heart. I'm struggling with these 8 positions. So could you respond to those 2 pieces for me, Commissioner?
Yeah, sure. So Representative, one question that you asked, first and foremost, I will make sure that salary information is included. Now that we're talking about it, I'm a little concerned. We gave you a job description that says something stupid like grade, number, whatever, which probably doesn't tell you what the salary is. It probably says a grade 23 or something, which is not what you need. So I'll make sure that you actually have a number, a dollar amount that's attached to that. In the public hearing component, you'd asked about the wheres a lot, right? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to be referred to? And when I reached out to the Office of Behavioral Health, I sent along, it's one of the attachments that's included in here, just from February 24th, is a presentation from Dr. Pollard, who runs OBH, and Gordon Smith, obviously the director of opioid response. And there's a lot of information here about the where component, and where money's going, what programs are, where does that exist. So that information is included in that document. And also to answer the where question specifically, when on slide 30 of that presentation, when I reviewed that, that means you're in trouble if there's more than 30 slides, right? But the slide 30 says that, it talks about options project to date referrals for services through December 2021. And I'm not going to argue with you that is there enough services? Is there another option? I think that's a given, right? We need more. I completely agree with that. But when you look at that slide, it's options liaisons, where are they referring people to? And keep in mind, you know all this stuff, but keep in mind that options are specific to substance use disorders. I'm looking at a behavioral health liaison that is in full comprehension of the co-occurring aspects of these diseases. And oftentimes, to me, in 2022, positions turn into SUD versus mental health because of funding. If I'm going to create a position, I want it to be a behavioral health position rather than doing billing. Oh, I've got to bill this way because my grant's billed this way. But when you look at the referrals, which would obviously be SUD only, 437 referrals to recovery, 450 referrals to treatment, 163 referrals to syringe service, 121 to STD testing, 53 to main care, 19 to main moms, which is relatively new. So the where is that these option liaisons, 1 per county, which to my knowledge is the only program like that in the country, has at one of these positions in each county, are in fact finding places to refer people to. The where are we going to send them to? Well, the where is on that slide. And that's not to say you're always going to get the straight scoop of me. That's not to say that one county maybe has more than another county with referrals. I don't know the answer to that. It's not broken out that way, which is why I answered that the way I did in the public hearing, to say that each of these geographic areas is going to be a little different. And while each one of these liaisons is focused on a specific troop barracks, those troop barracks in some cases may touch on 3 different counties, or they may be specific to 1, right? It just depends on where they're located and what makes the most sense to get coverage around the state. So that's a pretty heavy answer on the where thing, just because there's a lot of information there to digest for sure, for all of us, myself included. That's a lengthy presentation that they had put together. But when I did review that, I thought there was a lot of valuable stuff in there about where funding was going, where it is in requests for them, for DHHS to make budget requests through their shops to support various programs. So what's in the governor's supplemental budget through DHHS. I would say that if the question is, would we be paying more than somebody else? I don't know the answer to that market-wise. The state is the state. And they have salary ranges, traditionally speaking. Those salary ranges are often below where market value is in many ways. And I say that after trying to hire people for various positions. And I've been lucky in the sense that you'll remember this, is a lot of my bureau directors, as an example, had quite a tenure. So they had worked their way through to a max salary with the state, which if they weren't in that role, which means then they leave and I'm budgeted for a top salary amount. That gives me the flexibility to go up to that amount. Because if I was trying to hire bureau directors that are supervising very dynamic bureaus for the starting pay or a mid-range, I wouldn't be able to compete with the open market. There's no shot of that. But I've been pretty lucky on that side of the house, considering that most of my bureau directors were pretty tenured to begin with. So I honestly don't know. Would we pull people from other locations to go to that role? Maybe. Does that mean that we're rising all boats if they're now competing for the same individuals that we're competing for? And I can make that argument. I know from a law enforcement perspective, if the town or city or brewer rather has a $20,000 signing bonus for law enforcement officers with 5 years of experience, that's going to bump them up on a brand new officer or an experienced officer's mind about where they want to work. So salary is always going to be a piece of that. But I've always found that these liaison roles have had a long list of folks that wanted to do it because it's very exciting work. It's something that's outside the box of a traditional kind of mobile crisis response. And I have just seen amazing people rotate through those roles. And I say rotate, many of them have been in those, Portland roles for 10 years plus, right? Because they enjoy it. They care about it. They love that mission, which I tend to ramble when I talk about those positions as well, because I love them as well. I think they're important and they work. Did I get anywhere close to answering?
No, yes, very much. And I thank you very much for highlighting what you attached to the email. That's very helpful. I promise that I'll look through all of that. I have two more questions and they're pretty quick. Federal match dollars. So whenever we're talking about behavioral health, and if we're talking about behavioral health that's in the HHS side, we can always be talking about federal match dollars. I'm interested in, since you're putting behavioral health in Department of Public Safety, does that mean we don't get those federal match dollars? So if you could get that information for us for Thursday, that would be great. And then I just want to underscore, I agree with you 100%. As you remember, I am a former mayor. So I know that we would sometimes get our neighboring folks angry with us depending on what we were paying our police, right? And because it exactly has that same effect and can sometimes have a pretty tough effect on smaller municipalities, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, the issue with mental health work is that we depend on reimbursement rates. And so, and no matter what folks do in the private, when you're talking about DPS, no matter what you guys do with how much you pay a behavioral health coordinator, you won't have to worry about reimbursement rates. You aren't going to be reimbursed by main care. And so your action isn't ever going to be able to force, I love the term raising all boats. It just doesn't work that way, because what you're doing is you're taking mental health crisis workers, or you're taking mental health support workers and you're pulling them out of that field and you're putting them somewhere else. So it doesn't work that way unless the state says, okay, because we're going to do this, we're also going to increase our reimbursement rates that haven't been increased for all of these years. So if you could have an answer on that that is one of the reasons that we have such concern about these proposals. Other questions from others? Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to share, and I know we'll dig in more because I just shared with Kendra Coates, your Deputy Commissioner, the reports that you referenced in the beginning just yesterday. And I know that there are a lot, there are many, many pages, but I just wanted to highlight that our state has been doing significant amount of work in these past years, but specifically with these reports. One of them is the E911 report, where the state hired a consultant to examine our dispatch system and figure out what are best practices to divert folks from the criminal justice response. And something that was significant, some data that came from only the 3 PSAPs dispatch centers that refer to Maine State Police out of the, I think you said 27, were that about over 2,000 calls were for not public safety matters in the last year. Those were related to crisis, to suicide. And so those kinds of numbers really, the recommendations are looking at how to divert those calls wholesale from involvement with a police department, from a Maine State Police altogether. The other one that I shared with Kendra was the statewide Homeless Council blueprint from 2019, pre-pandemic, on how to keep the criminal justice system away from those who are experiencing crisis and homelessness, because we know that when they get involved in the system, they're likely to stay in it and then ricochet among the most expensive services that we all pay for in the emergency rooms and the jails and being prosecuted in the shelters. And the last one was the Fuse report. So I'm just really glad that you're taking a look at all of them, pulling it all together. And, my goal really is to, like Representative Warren was talking about, we can't have our crisis system fail even more. And so I would like to resource them so that law enforcement has an organization that are the experts in the community, know what to do. They just need to scale up I'll be thinking about it and looking at it with that lens.
I appreciate that, Representative. I just for full clarity on my end, I'm involved with the 988 process. I've read that report from the PUC and Maria Jakes. The system that you're describing is exactly some of the roles that these liaisons would fill, right? I mean, you want to refer people out of the criminal justice system, and you want these liaisons to respond to those calls for service. That's what they're doing now in these other communities. There are times when they'll respond with law enforcement. There are times when they'll respond by themselves. There are times when they will initiate contact with folks, whether it's out on the street or stopping by the house or following up on an overdose, whatever it happens to be. They're building the relationships at their levels. It's exactly these style roles that we're referring to. So I think that when you look at that report and you read that report, which I'm sure you have, that's where they're going, right? So you don't want somebody else to respond if you don't fill those roles. And I think this is, to me, is the best way to fill those roles. Then I think that's one of those scenarios where that report actually is an exact match for what we're requesting here. On the housing side, I had seen this report. When we were looking for it since our public hearing, I forgot that it was in 2019, so we couldn't necessarily find it. I called Cullen today. I called Cullen this morning. Love Cullen, a friend of mine and somebody I've done a lot of work with around the Greater Portland Addiction Collaborative and some other things. So we walked through that a little bit. And I agree with you that, when housing is a big piece of the overall system, I would say, however, that report has an entire section that speaks about invigorate the intensive case management program. I don't think liaisons are ICMs. They're not doing case management, long-term case management, but they absolutely have a very important role in keeping people housed. Because the best way, in my mind, is to keep people housed is, right, you want to talk diverting them out of the criminal justice system. Let's divert them out of the hospitals as well if need be. The win here is stabilizing them on their couch. And what I've heard for a number of years from this committee And nationally for law enforcement is, how do we do that? We don't want our law enforcement officers to respond to some of these calls, right? And so who does that? In this instance, behavioral health liaisons would do that. So I think that's an exact match to this housing plan. We reinvigorate or invigorate the ICMs. You know, talking to Cullen, I could listen to Cullen all day, right? He's a pro. He gets it. He's great to listen to because he breathes it, right? So he was talking about ICMs and how there used to be 56, it went down to 0. Dr. Bader and her team are up and increasing those numbers. But when I think about adding 8 of these liaisons to these various troops, that's exactly the work that they're doing. Let's not go to jail. Let's not go to the hospital for long-term placement. Certainly, let's not end up homeless for any of those other scenarios. Let's stabilize them on the couch where they are and do the work. And I think behavioral health liaisons are an exact match for that conversation. And I'll also own the fact that you mentioned the Fuse report, and I didn't pull that. So that's a piece that I need to follow up on because I don't know. I will say I don't know anything. I was going to say I don't know as much. I don't know that much about the Fuse report. I need to take a look at that. So I'm better prepared for Thursday. But that's a little bit of snapshot on those 2 earlier reports that you mentioned.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. We have the same level of respect for Cullen. He's a colleague of mine in the housing world as well. I do disagree that we should resource behavioral health coordinators at the state level who don't do direct services with folks like the ICMs do. I think that is top priority for us. And I think you'll see that from all of those reports, including the Fuse report. And I just want to highlight this morning, I received an email at work from the one housing specialist at the Office of Behavioral Health for the entire state. There's just one. And I never knew that. And I'm shocked. I'm usually not shocked at this level. But to be able to keep people out of systems, they need to be housed. And I really think that there's a better use of those resources, unless you convince me otherwise that this is how it's going to go. But I just wanted to share that with folks because that's a really big deal.
I appreciate that, Representative. I wonder, if you called your police department in South Portland and asked them, what do they think about their liaison? And you probably already have, as connected as you are with this conversation, and see what they think about what that individual does for their community and does for their agency to make sure people are safe, make sure people are housed. I know that's a specific point. And I just know that those agencies truly respect those roles and see great value in those positions. So I know the conversation will continue, and I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
And I had long discussions with our liaison as well. And I don't say it's not a good idea to have them. I'm talking about what do we do first when we're in a crisis? That's where I'm at. I mean, I would love to have liaisons everywhere, but what do we do first? How do we save lives now? But thank you so much. I appreciate always talking with you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any more questions for the commissioner from committee members today for what you might need before our next work session on this part of the budget on Thursday? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon,
on the questions that were given out, was please provide information on calls for service, local calls, PSAP calls that are answered by the Maine State Police, and how they impact or any impact from potential termination of call sharing agreements. I was privy to a meeting this morning dealing with call sharing and with a number of other legislators, and regarding the call sharing program that I think we talked about in the actual hearing in the AFA committee in Penobscot County. And it was, and I've now been able to determine both sides of the coin. I've heard from both the lieutenant and also from the sheriff over there, and they've been working very hard, trying to work hand in hand together and to come up with some kind of a resolve. But it appears to me that right now over there, what the issue is for you folks, it's staff, having enough staff to put the coverage in over there to maintain the coverage that you have had with the 3 and 3, and your desire to go from, I believe it's 4 and 2. So that being said, without getting into that conversation, my question to you is, I know that we have, I think it's 18 and a half positions in your budget request for the supplemental budget. And of course, we know 8 of those are the behavioral health coordinator positions, but we've got 3 state troopers funded to provide mandatory instruction at the Criminal Justice Academy and provide funding for related all other costs. And I believe that training is going to have to do with the de-escalation training and all of those, which are very important. But I guess my question to you is, do you feel, as the Commissioner of Public Safety, do you feel that the Maine State Police, in their shortage of troopers, of where they need to be able to, and you've mentioned it before yourself, but unable to provide the 24-hour coverage that the people in Maine over the years have expected from the Maine State Police? And I know when I was in the department, we provided 24-hour coverage. I know that's changed, and I know times change. I certainly understand that, but I guess what I'm asking is, would not those 3 positions really do you more good in the rural patrols than they would be at the academy training? And I'm not saying that subject is not a important subject, but what I am saying is that the academy already does train in that type of training. And I just am trying to figure out, how do we best serve the people of Maine with the law enforcement that we have, local, state, and county. And of course, the only thing I have any oversight over on is the state. So how, if in the best of all worlds, if you had the chance to go into the budget and put positions in for the Maine State Police, where I'm sure your colonel and others in the staff over there are asking you to put them in, would they not be more asking you for help in the rural areas, in these places where they can't keep up with the call sharing? Or am I all wrong on that? I guess that's where I am on that.
And I want to remind us, thank you, Representative. We are at a 3:30 hard stop, and Representative Rudnicki also has a question. So what I was getting to was, what are the things you need before Thursday? So Representative Pickett, is it satisfactory to you?
That's something
Commissioner
that's something the commissioner can answer on Thursday. That'll be fine.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Representative Rudnicki, do you have things you need before Thursday?
Just have him aware that explanation as to why we're coming back for a second bite of the apple, for an increase of over $3 million in this fiscal year, when we did a biennium budget, just like I spoke to Commissioner Liberty. Same thing, just as to why we think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Sawchuk, did you hear the earlier question? Do you understand what that question is?
I didn't hear the earlier one, but I know what it is. I'm
Okay.
absolutely comfortable with that. No problem at all. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And Senator Searway has an additional request for Thursday.
Yeah, I'm just confused, and if you can get back to us on it, it's about how many positions are open on state police, and why are they using their funds to pay overtime when we should fill those positions, and now we're going to add more? I don't quite understand that part. Just so I learned.
And Commissioner Sawchuk, do you understand that question? So you
Yes,
can
ma'am.
answer it
The answer
for-
to question 8 actually has the vacancy answer to that. But additional information around overtime and stuff, I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Searway, so did you hear that in the email that we received while we were all in committee, so we haven't had a chance to look at it, is the answer to at least the vacancy part? Okay, great. Good. Okay. Oh, whoops, you're on mute. To say one more time, Senator Searway.
Yeah, I was just using those positions for overtime. I just did not quite understand.
definitely. And I think he got that and he's going to answer that on Thursday. Great. So we've set ourselves up for a very productive day on Thursday. So we'll be in the morning with DOC and in the afternoon with DPS. And then we don't have many bills left. So let's try to vote them all out if we can on Friday. How many do we have left, Jane? Maybe 4 or 5?
I have 4 remaining for Friday, and you assign it a day, the gun permitting.
Yes.
1446. So do you want that added to Friday?
Either that or that's one that we can pick up on Thursday if we have time. And I know Representative Pluker is meeting with Dave Trahan, has already met. So if we have time on Thursday, let's pick it up. So let's not put it on the schedule, give ourselves some flexibility.
Can I
Okay,
vote
and I'll
on
check
today's
with-
bill? Can I vote on today's bill that I missed?
Yes. Yep, you can do that with Deb. And Richard, you had something as well?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so Representative Pluker, you, since I had the conversation with you and we tabled your bill last week, when you weren't able to, you've had a conversation with Dave Trahan?
Yep, I spoke to him this morning. He said, well, I'll let him speak for himself, but there don't appear to be any real problems. And he's gonna just check in with some other lawyers on it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Great. Okay, perfect. Commissioner Sawchuk, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
And Senator Searway, you hold right on, and there just needs to be one committee member that stays, I think, for you to vote. And I've really got to go.
I'll stay with him.
Thank you so much. And I'll see you all on Thursday. Thank you.
You owe me a cup of coffee now, Sir Wafer.
I know.
Sir Wafer, staying with you.
How do you like it?
Cream, but no sugar.
Okay.
Okay, Senator, the vote was on LD 696. And the motion was ought not to pass. It was carried forward from February 17th. Motion by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Rudnicki. And we have 5, it's 5-5. No, 5-4.
It'll be a yes on ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, now I can leave.
Easy. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yep.